So I'm not. There we go. Hello, everyone. Today we're gonna play a different game because Kingdom Come is just getting a little samey for me. Not that I don't like it, I just want to take a break. Uh, so we're gonna play some Workers and Resources, which you can probably hear in the background. I really like this game. It's a city builder. It's got more focus on like managing resources and like actually building the city and all that. So yeah, I think it's cool. So we're gonna hop right in. The only weird thing you have to do when you launch this game on Linux, because you can install it and run Proton on it just fine. But I find that running the Windows 7 option on the launcher, there's like two buttons to play and save. One's Windows 7, one Windows 8/10. I find the Windows 8/10 one doesn't run as stable on Linux, but it still works sometimes, so it might just be the way you're configured, I don't really know. But yeah, let's hop into it. There's the button for that. Okay. So here is my city. I figured I played like you had to bring everything in from the border or like make it yourself mode, the realism mode. So it takes a long time to build up to something like this. So I figured we'd skip ahead to this because I've been doing this one for a few weeks. So I figured one of the fun things we could do is just kind of look at how did we get here, because it's not, like I said, super easy to, bring everything from the border and get this to work. And do it like on a budget, because I do it on the medium money, I think. The one that starts with like 4 million. So, and as you can see, I've got a lot more than 4 million now. So this whole city started here. I built this little strip. It's got a grocery store, the means to supply it. And I had like this little iron mine here that was kind of like making me money. I think this is still loading. Yeah, I have to hit play. FYI, when you just load in, the aggregates don't load in until you hit play. I think you also have to be looking at them, so like if I go over here, yeah, these have to fill up too. But, so I guess the very first thing that I did was lay a good highway. Like, cause that's gonna be the backbone of everything, and I lay that first. That way it gets priority, it gets to go where I need it to go. All that kind of stuff. It didn't start off paved, it was just dirt at first, but I did pave the initial like little T-junction here, at least one way, and then ran this up paved. That was because I was trying to make it really fast to build. This is my initial construction office zone. It had like a little cheap gas station here in the middle. And I had some distribution offices here, and I've kind of just repurposed a lot of this. It's an overflow for my construction offices. I could probably start moving some of it over into this new one I just built. But yeah, it's just kind of my dirt construction zone. And eventually I ran my gravel all the way around it. That's quite the snake, honestly, because that goes to the chemical factory. Because you need gravel for chemicals for reasons I don't understand. But it's got it. So let's see. We had the good highway is always good. And again, you don't have to pave it both ways to like start off. You don't have to pave it at all to start off. But eventually I moved into paving it both ways. But like over here, yeah, like I still don't have it paved because it's more the outer reach. I'm probably going to pave it now because I just built this. But yeah. Okay, so let's see. The other good thing to think about is your electrical grid. So that's part of the reason I build these big roundabouts, is because I like to make them checkpoints for my electrical grid. So I move with like the big wires, and I bring those to the big switch. That's this guy. And then it goes into the transformer, which is this guy, and that just connects to this. So that's how you like, these can move 18 megawatts, like from wherever. Like that's just how much fits through them. It's like water. So like that, it can fit 18 megawatts of electricity water through them. So I have those connected in 2 different ways so that I can technically get, let's see, 36 megawatts to this one because it's got 2 connections. If it had 4, I'd be able to do double that. So, and that's also assuming it picks the electricity the way it should. Sometimes it can be a little wonky. But that's more game mechanics. But anyways, you use the big wires to go from the border to these little switches, and then these switches break off onto these transformers, which then give you the little power lines that you can use to actually go to the substations that power the buildings. This one's probably a little overdone. Now that I've clicked on that, I might have to make another one. But that's the gist of how that works. So a good power grid has a lot of these interconnections because it's a grid, right? So like we have this big square here of connections. I think I'm in the middle of replacing some of this. Yeah, I think I'm going to replace this one next because I want to put a big switch here because I'm going to make these generate power for me. And I'll need to connect them up. But a good grid is distributed. So like this is one source of power for me. And I've just kind of got the other ones staked out in case I need them. I wasn't really sure. But I figured this is the trash zone, so might as well. But yeah, the power, like I'm trying to make it a little more distributed. So I'm making this to help kind of power some of this stuff because it's really power hungry. It's the vehicle stuff. That's pretty much what these people do. These people run the heat that heats the nice city. And they also have jobs at the vehicle factories because they'll be overflow. And you might as well make use of it, right? It's already a polluted town, so you might as well give them a bunch of jobs. And that's kind of what these guys were too. They were heat that also heats the nice city. Because that's these guys. But they're also running the steel mill and the electronics and stuff, the mechanical components. And I also have trains that get everybody over to this bus stop or train stop. That I can let them do trash stuff, make plastics, cut wood, makes boards, go do oil refinery stuff, with synthetic fertilizers or chemicals. So yeah, this is a really productive train stop. But yeah, most of this came fairly recently. I guess the trash has been here since the start. I like to use this guy, the big nice incinerator, to import toxic waste or the hazardous waste or whatever from the border. It's a cheap way to make money in the start because you just burn it, right? So like you can, especially if you have a prison population, you just use those guys to burn the waste. I also used them to mine a little bit in the beginning. It was just, to get some money. Because in the Soviet Republic, prison labor is okay. But let's see. I also like having a store is the biggest thing. Making sure they all have access to food and stuff. That's what keeps them happy. Also having enough orphanages because that keeps your prison population from getting too big. It's important that you have those to kind of stem the tide. Otherwise, you'll have tons of criminals and you'll never get through them. They'll just run your city and it'll be Arkham or something. So eventually I spawned my little construction industry here. I guess originally, first before that, this city was actually just this little town. This little town was pretty much just running the water. It pretty much just ran the water clean to the other town over here. This town then made its money, and then this one started to grow. And now that these have made their money, I made that, and I need more people, so I made this. Because I also want to make vehicles. I also spawned coal. Coal's important to get early on, and I just train everybody to it. I was busing everybody to it early on, but now they're training. But yeah, coal's important because that runs your heat. It also runs the steel mill. And in this, I guess it also runs the construction industry because that's how you get bricks and cement. And cement is how you get concrete and prefab panels. I think that's it. Yeah. I also have a little well here because it's at 84% and it powers this, or it pumps into this thing, which only needs like 55%. So yeah, this is way overkill. So you don't need to use chemicals or anything to treat this water. You just pump it straight in. Nobody's drinking that. I also have a big tank of bitumen here, so when I do asphalt, I just have some. I'll never accidentally oversell and not have any. Same with the fuel over here. So like this is my refinery. This got built pretty early. This is kind of how you make your money to start off. But I have a fuel tank here that feeds the road station. This is where all my trucks come to fuel for gas stations. Like this is how they fill them. All the gas stations. And this is like the cell area. So like these three are fuel, these three are bitumen. As you can see, it's almost time to sell. Because I'm almost full. And it looks like the price isn't too bad. Which is why all this is over here. I'd kind of use these to keep track of the price. These are the border stations here. So when you have them set on export, the last thing that went through them is what the price shows. So I think this one's showing fuel and this one's showing bitumen. Just judging by the difference here. Usually they're a little closer together. If it was the same thing. So yeah, I use those to kind of keep track of the price. And then I use these, like these are just the middle ones of both of these, just to kind of keep track of how much is in the tanks. And you know, I basically have this times 3, because 1, 2, 3. And then I have a resource selector, which is this guy, and then actually no, I think it's one of these. It's this guy. Yeah, this guy's the resource selector, so this is how I select between the bitumen and the fuel, which pipes into this thing. This is kind of like, this one collects all of them. This one lets me break it out into different stuff. It's like this one goes off to the construction industry tank. This one goes off into the export pump. And this lets me pick whether I'm going to the east border or the west border, which I use here. Yeah. Like highlights it for you. That's cool. I didn't know it did that. So yeah, and this is the fuel fleet. These guys run around all the gas stations and stuff and fuel them up. Which I could probably get away with the smaller one, because it's really, you need more stops, and they have a max limit of 20 stops. You can't put any more tasks on them past that. So like you had to build another office to really do more things, which that kind of sucks. Because like, as you can see, there's a ton of trucks in the fleet or in the yard, so like they could handle more stops. It's just the list apparently won't. But okay, so we got chemicals, which I highly recommend having the logging industry right off that, because it needs logs to function. It also needs crops to function, which is why I have this guy here. Here's the farm that runs it. Tank of fuel, or not fuel, fertilizer to run it. That comes from these two guys, and it just gets pumped all the way over there. There's also a mess of oil stuff here. I'm pumping oil out of the ground here. And that all collects in these three. I also am pumping oil here, and here, and here, and here, and soon I'll be pumping it from around here too. Oh, another cool thing before I unpause and we get into this, the helicopter fire stations are something I haven't used a lot of, but all you got to do is build the fire station and then place the helipad like out back of it. There's like some green dots like out back of it when you're placing the helipad that you can like put them on, and the fire station will light up green, and then when you place it, it's like connected. And then you can buy a helicopter to go into it. And the helicopter, if there's a body of water nearby, which I made this, I just dug this out with some excavators. And it has to be big enough. Like, it used to be around this size. It was a little bigger than this, but yeah, it was apparently not big enough for it to register because it kept trying to go to the river. But anyways, having the nearby body of water, it'll go to it, pick up water, and go drop it on the fire. Which is really nice for these oil fields that are out in the middle of nowhere and have dirt roads. Because they like to light on fire in the winter. That's just my luck. So that guy can usually reach them before they actually burn. I also have one of those guys over here. I overbuilt with 3 because I didn't really understand it at first, but it works. The one thing I do recommend, the bigger the fire station, the more fuel you can actually hold. These guys, I think they have like 20 tons of fuel in them. So like this fire station has 2 full loads for a helicopter. Whereas like the small ones, I think they have even less. It has 30. So yeah, it has a load and a half. So just a thing to think about if you have lots of fires. Let's see. So yeah, I think that's kind of the gist of it. Again, this is the nice town. Like, there's just no pollution really here. I got my tourists coming in here. It's got a big prison here. This is kind of the radio station. I still need to build a TV station. Yeah, this is just kind of the cushy job area. This is probably done growing. I may remove one of these because I don't think I'm going to actually be able to use all 3. This one is kind of doing enough. But I may remove this one to add a little more housing because these could be a little fuller. But I'm also not struggling for any of it. So, yeah. Let's see. Export wise, I'm probably down a bit just because I'm getting ready to export. I'm a boom bust kind of economy because I sell all this to just make up any shortfalls that I had. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. It looks like I was maybe building some roads here. Go ahead and get those going again. Let's see, was there any other construction that I was doing? It looks like there's some reconstruction happening here because like I'm in 1989, so I'm pretty late game. I believe the game ends in the 90s. I mean, it doesn't actually end, it goes forever. Like I've gotten to the current date before. But it's like there won't be new stuff. It'll just, like, the vehicles will stop being produced, if that makes sense. Like, there's still stuff that you can buy at the border and things, there just won't be new ones. Like, you won't see a new version of the covered truck or whatever. It's just, once you get to the 90s, innovation freezes. So that's the thing. But you can keep playing. So my goal is to eventually build all of the industries out. I'm pretty close. I still need to build aluminum so I can get my aircraft stuff going on. I've already built like everything else, like the runway and everything. That was kind of on accident. I didn't mean to, but you know, it did. And I accidentally built a runway, guys. So yeah, you know, a kilometer and some change strip long of asphalt. Just whoops, spilled it. Anyways, I also just put in the snow pushers. These are the best snow pushers in the game, by the way. They go like super fast when they push snow. But they should be able to push most everything. And it's more about where you place them to have good coverage than how many you have. I mean, it's still kind of that, but it's more like where. So I just bought these guys to like fill in the gaps basically. Because I also have like some here, there's some over here, there's some back here, there's some over here. So like, it's about coverage, right? That way they all kind of have their zones and do their thing. But they're also like all working from different directions, you know, that way you're not just waiting for Like, you don't get stuck behind them waiting for them to push all the way out here or something. That's a big deal. Okay, so let's unpause. Let's get rolling a little bit. Let's see what's going on in town. So it looks like we got a lot of buses going on. I'm not sure where. Oh, I think I just sent all of these from the vehicle depot to the new construction yard. That's why there's a bunch of them. Yeah, that's what they're doing. So they'll probably go get gas after they get here. So that's the other thing. You don't have to supply these with gas. Like the vehicle depots, you don't have to. Like, I don't put gas in any of these. Because they can just go to the gas station and get gas. I do put gas in this one because the helicopter has to be fueled from the station. It's just the way it works. Because, you know, you can't bring this thing through the 7-Eleven over here. Although it would be pretty interesting seeing an MI-10 fuel up at the local gas station. But what's going on with the orphanage? The orphanages are a little overcrowded. I could probably do with some more. They do, so the orphanages do kind of distribute pretty well. Like this one's probably got the same kind of problem. Yeah. So they, like, it doesn't really matter where you build them. You just have to have them. So like, that's why I kind of have, you know, 3 over here already. I'm probably getting ready to build number 4. Honestly, yeah, let's just do it. Let's see. Do we want to do it like here? It does have a road connection. We'll make it opposite. That, ooh, it sounds like there's a fire. Let's go witness it in action. Okay, so first off, where's the fire? It is out here, so the truck is probably going to get to it first. But we'll at least get to see how this guy fuels up. Okay. So he has his little bucket. He comes over to the nearest body of water. He loads up his little bucket. And then he starts beelining it towards the fire. And since the truck's probably going to beat him, he'll probably just despawn his bucket and come back. But we'll see. It did just snow. Well, he might make it. Okay, the truck didn't beat him. And then he drops it on the fire. And now you're figuring out that you're on a one-way street that has to go through a one-way thing, and you're gonna get all messed up, aren't you? Huh, I didn't think that would be a problem. I guess I never really considered a fire as a reason to come to this. Well, luckily, so if things get stuck like this, and you need to just call it home, pick up its home, like this is the fire station. You can do that by just clicking here and finding like the last place it's gonna go and do nothing. Just double click on that and it'll open this. Then you can go to the home thing here, not this one, this one. And you can see how it brings the line. It also helps you find them. But you can click that, and now he's just instantly teleported back to the garage. You can do that with like the trains and all kinds of stuff. It does have to have a vehicle depot, like as its home though. So if it's just like running between, like if it's a train that's just running between stations, like on a line, you can't really call it to a home. And it also has to like have been there before, so you can't just like move it to another like I can't just like tell these guys this is your new home and then click the home button and instantly teleport them there. They have to go there once at least first. So yeah. Okay, so it's time to sell some stuff because this is looking full. Yeah, we're starting to fill up the refinery. So like when these are full, it'll start to overflow in the refinery and you'll start to build it up here, and then once this is full, it just stops working. So we're gonna go ahead and just sell all of it. You try to sell, I do this because it sells the bitumen first anyways. You should really sell your bitumen first because it has a higher price, therefore it's more vulnerable to price shock. So like as you sell, it goes down. the bitumen, you know, a little bit of percentage on the bitumen is a lot of money compared to the fuel, which is a lower number. Because it's fractions. So we'll sell this off. Damn, that refinery is full. Yeah, we don't even have anything in the tanks. See, this is why you build a second tank for your petrochemicals and stuff. That way they can pull off this and always actually have oil to pull off of. And I just have the refinery do basically the you know, everything else on top of that. That way we have like a hard minimum. Because the refinery can't touch this. But everything pulls from these. How are we doing on trash? Looks like maybe it was just a little busy or something. Maybe I had a machine replacement. I don't know. But it's burning through it. And I suppose we have these guys now too. So I need to, so these guys are full of ash waste. This guy is full of garbage trucks that take the stuff to the border. So yeah, okay. It's still there. I didn't realize that was still there. That was from when I was selling toxic waste. Or buying it, I guess. And getting money for it. Buying it for $-. It was weird. But I don't think it's really profitable in the long term. Let's just look real quick. Well, actually, it does scale pretty well. So like, yeah, you can see when I was kind of buying and selling it. I did that for a few years. But yeah, as you do it, it affects the price. But like, it looks like it has a natural taper that makes it pretty valuable as a ruble thing. So like, if I were to get some toxic waste from the border right now, looks like I get about $3 grand, $3.5 grand for it, per ton. So like, if you can carry 6 tons, you know, that's like 18 grand. And all you got to do is just truck it to here, dump it, and let them burn it. And you just made, you know, almost 20 grand. Minus the fuel it took to get it there. And then I guess whatever fuel you have to spend to, you know, staff your factories or your incinerators. But yeah, it's a pretty easy way to make money in the early on. When your scale is a little lower. Okay, back to play. Let's get back to that. Oh, my unemployment's fine. It's a lot due to a small child. So you can use this button and then make sure you're on 3000, because I just did that. Basically is the full viewport instead of just like what's right in front of you. And then let's see, I think it's this one. Yeah, this one. And who didn't go to work because they had a kid to take care of. So it looks like we have a fair amount around here. We could do with building a kindergarten over here. The thing that sucks is like, this is kind of the limit of where the utilities reach. I can't really get the utilities to reach anything on this side of the street. Nor here. So that might be challenging. We'll see. I might have to run some new utilities. Anybody here? No, everybody here seems to have it taken care of. These guys have quite a few. Okay. So this is full. Alright, let's get another kindergarten.
This is totally vanilla, by the way. I don't have any workshop stuff yet. I want to actually like build a city that can do all of the industries before I start delving into the mods. I'm a sadist like that. Masochist, really. Okay. Oh, I suppose I'm kind of in the way. I didn't even see that. Let's see, I don't really ever get into the mini-map. And you can kind of see it all anyway. So there we go. We'll go down there. Okay. And like, you can kind of see it. It's this. Here, I'll hit this so you can actually get a good view of it. Oh, did I freeze? Oh, it must have saved. That always freaks me out. And get a good view of everything. I guess I didn't go over this. This is the rail distribution offices. So distribution offices, the way they work is like whether it's a road vehicle or the rail one, whatever. You open it up and you hit this plus button and you select the places that you want it to go to fill stuff up with whatever. So like, for instance, this one is my food distribution office. It moves basically anything the grocery store is going to need into those buildings. So it fills up like the meat warehouse. Right now I've just got them filling up the grocery store with food, clothes, and electronics. But eventually there'll probably be more in the warehouse than the grocery store. But I'm also going to use trains to fill the warehouse. I just haven't got there yet. I want to actually make the trains to do that, which I just built the facility to do that. These trucks also go to like the orphanages, the prison, I also, I guess, have them go into this hotel, dropping off alcohol too. But you essentially just select those, and like I have the customs house selected and it picks up food, clothes, and meat and alcohol at that. I also, since I make electronics, have it going to the road cargo station here. And that's where it picks up electronics instead of buying them at the border, which is really expensive. Electronics are like, if you can get off those from the border, you're going to be in a good place because they are a lot of money. You can also sell them for a lot of money, which is, you know, I can truck those to the border and make tons. Same with the mechanical components. They're a good early one before you're making the electronics. Because they just require steel. So if you're making steel, you can make those. Basically sell your steel for more. Like, a lot more. Livestock's also a good one if you want to be agrarian. Meat sells for a lot. Okay, looks like we're done on the fuel export. This is also why I set up so I can just, you know, forget about it and I still have fuel. Like, this is gonna fill my vehicles and this will still pump into it and fill this first before it fills the reservoirs that I just sold from. So I can sell these dry and still have fuel and bitumen and not actually drain it. Which is good because I frequently just kind of set it and forget it. But we have tons more money. It looks like we made about 15, 16, a little more than 16 million there. And about 15 million, a little under 15 million here. Cool. Oop, got another building on fire. This one is probably gonna have this guy go get it. So yeah, he comes and picks it up out of this pond, which is totally, you know, safe to drop. It's not sewage water. Definitely not. Hey, at least covered in poop water is better than burnt. You can rinse that off. I would not recommend getting into poop water. Stuff's gross. And bad for you. And again, it's, you know, gross. Don't play in that. Though it would be pretty, like, I gotta say, getting, like, what is essentially the ice bucket challenge from a helicopter, that part would be pretty cool. Just, you know, we'll glaze over the poop part. I wouldn't like talk about that part. I'd just talk about getting ice bucket challenged by a helicopter and leave it at that. Okay, so how's this doing? Oh, we didn't actually build this guy. Because I wanted to see. I don't think it matters what direction these are facing, by the way. They just kind of all work off the global wind factor here. Like, yeah, this is around 30%. Maybe, I don't know. There might be some randomness to it too. Actually, they're all kind of around the same now. So maybe I just caught it in a swing. But, oh, another building on fire. Okay, I'm gonna take out employment guy. He's annoying. Cool. Yeah, he just goes back to park. There's a traffic jam. I shouldn't have just absent-mindedly clicked that. Oh well. If it's really bad, it'll tell me again. But let's go. So if you find a notification annoying, you can go here and then you click on this. And like, I find the citizen happiness and loyalty ones really annoying. And apparently unemployment too high as well. And we're just gonna save that. So now he's not gonna bug us anymore. Nor is the lady who complains about loyalty. And how happy everyone is. Okay. Let's see. You're not doing anything. But you do have stuff. And that's because you need to rehome to here. I forgot I actually built them. Can you not actually do that? Okay, do I have to do it this way maybe? There we go. Okay, so now I have some box cars that I need to go get. So we'll get our big dude here. I want you to go to the rail office. And then here. Get rid of the customs house one. And then you'll go to the train depot and do nothing to end your thing, which means you just go sit there. And wait for me to do this again. Okay, so you're gonna load 100% of anything and then unload 100% of anything. Yes. Start. Alright, let's go for a ride. Oh my goodness, it's saving. The freezing saves are a little much sometimes. There we go. It got a red tint to everything because of the light. I don't expect this to be totally lag free. This is a pretty big city. Oh, we're getting some gas. Gotta fill up. Probably need to build another one of these. This is the only one. That would probably free up some of my congestion issues. Alright, now we're off. Don't worry about the trucks. They're fine. Seriously, they are. Normally they stop for you, but sometimes you get there before they do. This would be a really cool train ride. I will say these branches need trimmed, but it would be a really cool train ride. And to the station. Can I actually pick them all up? Yes. Yes, it can. Awesome. Oops. And here we go back through Narnia. I do like the random color thing. I wish all the vehicles had multiple skins. But not all of them do. Alright. So as you head there, I should be able... So what I want this to do really is to deliver food. Because I want to free up the trucks to be more on like the clothing, the meat, and the electronics. And like really to focus on the buildings that aren't the grocery stores, because the grocery stores take tons of food. But like the orphanage and the prisons and stuff also need trucks to bring them stuff. So I need to kind of like free them up. And this should help do it. Okay. So this is, well, actually first, we're not unloading there. We're loading at the custom house. We're gonna load food. I'll let you do the clothes, and I'll let you do that. Just have, yeah, that's really all we need to do. Get some water here. And then we're gonna go there and unload, and we want you to full those. Don't do that. Okay, we're gonna have to do some adjusting of this. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. Yeah, that all looks good. We're gonna unload food and clothes there. Electronics we get from trucks that we make ourselves. And we don't really need that many anyways. Okay, so now I just need to make sure that we've set our limits to everything. So I like a 70, 20, 10 split. Which, yeah, gives us 220, 65, and 22. Yeah, it looks good. I wish I could just copy this, but I can't. Because, like, a lot of buildings, like, for instance, this one, like, once I set, like, these, I can press this little... Saving again. I can press this little copy thing, and then, like, I can go click other ones, and just that setting's now applied to it. I can also do it with like the resources, like place, like where it's gonna get and take stuff. But you can't do that with the resource values on these. I wish you could do that.
Okay, zero those out. So you're gonna be 10, you're gonna be 20, you're gonna be 70. Okay. $70, 20, 10. Okay. And I think I just have the 2 in here. This one I had to start using because the trucks weren't doing, like, the inner storage on this just wasn't big enough. I haven't built this one yet. Okay. Well, get your butts in here and build this one. And I guess the other thing I should make sure of, are they all connected? Because sometimes, yeah, sometimes I miss that. And then did I get the one over here? Yes, I did. Okay. The other thing we should make sure that we're doing is actually picking up those things. Okay. That one I can't do yet. This one, yeah, is already doing it. Makes sense. Okay. You can't do it yet because you need to build that. Okay, so we have 2 of them and we still need to rig up, and one we still need to really build first. But yeah, we can do that once all that's built. Okay. Yeah, you're just telling me that they were changing shifts or something. Okay, let's make sure our heat still looks good since we're in the really, really cold part. So we can go to building properties here, and then we can go to the hot water tank. This will tell me if anything's like massively wrong. Not really looking like it. This will tell me if any of the buildings are too cold. Buildings under construction will be 20C no matter what. But everything's looking all good and red. So that's good. Looks like we don't need to expand our heating capacity just yet. Also, by the way, when you build your heating station, you don't need to build the heating exchanger thing to go with it to start off, because all these buildings are covered by the heating station. They connect to the heating station. So when I build like a house, like this apartment or something, you see the red lines like that go towards these heating plants. That means it's getting heat directly from those. I don't actually need to go to these to get it. And since these have a capacity like that's way lower than these, it's really efficient to build around these, even though they have pollution. The key thing is to offset that with good hospitals and all that, which it looks like I might need to do another one over here. Another reason I'm kind of thinking about getting rid of this, I kind of want to build a hospital and a few more houses. And maybe a kindergarten. But anyways, let's go back to our kindergarten over here that we got distracted from. Really, I was just waiting for these to get built. But okay, so now that's good. Just got heating plants ready to go for when I need to expand. I like to build them in 2s. That way when it's like, here we go, getting to some of the spaghetti that's under the ground here. So these heating plants here, they both go to the same heat pumps stations. That way, like, this one goes to the one on the right, this one goes to the one on the left, right, left. That way they both power these, and when these go to their respective heat exchangers, they're basically all powered by both of these stations. That way if one goes down or something, the other can take over. It kind of helps balance things a little bit better. It also makes it so, like, if, you know, one starts going really heavy, like one of the heat exchangers over there starts really drawing, the other one can kind of take up the slack on the other spots, while the other plant focuses on the heavy one. Sorry, my neighbors are like lighting fireworks or something. It's kind of distracting. Um, let's see. So yeah, it looks like a electricity thing lit on fire, but it's all good. We don't really need to see that anymore. Also, in case you didn't know, the construction office assign tool is super valuable. So what I do when I first build a construction office is I uncheck all of these things for it to search, but I do let it search for reconstruction and machine replacement. That way I don't have to worry about that. It just does it. And I'll have to micro, is this building too old? Okay, go replace it. Just do it. And the reason you let them do that is so like they don't become super inefficient. Jesus, there it goes again. But the reason, sorry, my train of thought is now just gone. The reason that you okay, we're good. I have no idea what they're doing out there. But anyways, the reason that you repair the buildings is because they become less efficient. So like if it was the steel mill, it won't produce steel as well, or it takes more resources to produce the steel or whatever, that kind of stuff. So that's why you do the replacements. The industry buildings also have machine replacements on top of reconstructions, whereas like the houses are just reconstructions. It's a thing to think about. And while the machines are being replaced, I don't think it actually operates. So another thing to think about. Which is why I usually try to build everything with a nice big stockpile. That way I can fill it, and while it's not doing anything, we can pull from this, and then it can come back and start refilling it. I also like to try to pull heavy use resource. Like the only thing this thing uses is steel, and it uses a lot of it. So I try to have some just, sitting there. This warehouse is kind of multi-purpose. It's got inputs and outputs, and some things are outputs of, like this thing outputs mechanical components, but this has an input of mechanical components, so it's kind of a double whammy. And then I just truck everything else in through this that's not being made right here, like the plastics and the chemicals. But anyways, back to the construction office assign tool. That's what I was talking about. So when I make a construction office, I like to uncheck these things. That way it's not just trying to go build whatever it wants to. And I also jack this way up and let it do the reconstructions and stuff. That way it searches for those on its own. And this little yellow, when you hover over this, is like how far it'll look. So like, yeah, so like these ones, it's not looking at these. So if these need reconstructed, that's on me. Or another construction office, which I think I've got one closer that will get those. But I probably should build one out here so I can get all this stuff. Because some of this stuff probably needs replaced. It's probably getting pretty old now. But it's the newest of it, so we should be okay for a little bit. But the way this tool works is you go to assign and you click on all your construction offices so they're all assigned. That's why these are blue. Like I did that with these two, and the guy over here, I think I haven't done it yet. So yeah, you assign it. And now it's like in the pool. And I think you can do multiple of these, but I usually just have it all in one. Then you can go to assign construction mode. This is what you were seeing me do just a minute ago with the green stuff. This is what lets me select whatever construction that I want, and they can just start building that. So I can kind of build it all first. That's why I can have these little ghost things and choose to build it later. Really helpful for planning. It's like that's why these things are this way and yellow. I haven't built them yet, but they're planned. That way I can build everything else around it.
I would also highly recommend that you pump all your own oil. Don't buy it from the border because it gets really expensive and then it's kind of a wash. So I probably need to build more pump jacks soon since I realized my oil refinery is pretty much full stock all the time. Or full staff. Not full stock. I wish it was full stock. Okay, are there any vehicles that we need? Let's see, what did I just produce? I just produced a bunch of dump trucks. Oops. So let's send those dump trucks to our new construction office. And I don't know. Looks like the snow pushing's going well. Getting snowed on again though. So there goes all that good work. Looks like they're prioritizing the roads correctly. And again, we've got good coverage. That might have been the last snow of the year. Oh, we got an electricity problem. What's going on here? Yeah, okay. These things suck power. So I might need to expand the grid out this way and pull some this way. Yeah, we're pulling a lot of power. I'll let you go up, but I really should start producing my own power soon. Okay. I'm just curious, how's that on my imports? Last month, I imported Soviet stuff. It's surprisingly the cheapest import that I've got. Food is still up there. But food and clothes are both close to the chopping block. Because I've got all these crops now. Which, yeah, at this point they're just going to waste. So it would probably be worth building a food industry out and a clothing industry. And alcohol while I'm at it, since, yeah, food, alcohol, and clothes, fabric, technically. So we'll have to design something. I don't know where we're gonna put it. Let's see, how... You're 1 cloud at 8. You're less. Wow, I figured that'd be more. How about you? You're less. Okay, so it looks like the distillery is the worst thing here. It's really not that bad. It's like, I think the car manufacturer's comparable. Yeah, it's 11, so it's more, and it's over here. So yeah, I might. We're having such power problems here, though. I feel like adding to it is going to be a problem. And this is a little tight. I don't want to get too close to here because eventually I'm going to have to put 2 new wells right here. Somewhere. Okay. So the main thing with the wells is they have to be, so like if we use this as our measure point. The wells need to be 300 meters per cloud of pollution, pretty much. So like that's one cloud. So yeah, it needs to basically be over on this side. And I would really like it to be a little further. Because I'm probably going to do more than one food factory. Because I don't think one's going to keep up. I'm probably going to try to do 3 or 4. Because like, once I switch over to using my own food, I don't want to run it. And I want to be able to... It's one thing I'd rather be overbuilt in, you know? I might be able to fit it over here. In which case I might be able to run... I mean, since it really doesn't matter, I could run a pedestrian sidewalk across the highway here, maybe. And this guy could maybe reach some of them, but I feel like it kind of needs its own line. Which I could still pull off of here. Or even here. There'd be electricity here already. What does the large granary look like here? Okay. I want to really build a new town for this. Okay. This might work. Park it right in the middle of this. And right in the middle of the tracks on the left, but also kind of in the middle of this right here. Okay, say we built that. And we wanted to put 4 food factories on this. They also need to be able to put their food into this warehouse. I suppose it could be multiple warehouses, because eventually I'm going to have to do it into a road station or cargo train station. Which... So yeah, I'm going to have to either use this guy... Excuse me. Or one of these. To connect to either the 1 or 2 warehouses. Okay. So... let's see how optimal we can get these. No. Yes. Okay, so we did that. 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 And that. Okay. So that's 4 food factories. Can we actually... did that backwards. Dang it, I did that backwards. Okay. So why did I say that was backwards? I said that was backwards because when I did it this way, I left this supply connection point on the left instead of on the right. Because if I had left it on the right, the one over here could have been on the left, and then I would have had a group here, and then a group here, and would have the ability to road out. Because like the problem is roads can't cross these little junction, like conveyor connection things. So you need to be this way. You need to be this way. Here we go. So this should be okay. Okay. So yeah, the main problem is like I can't run a road through here now because these things are in the way. And you can't like cross them. Like it doesn't work. You can't like intersect with them or anything either. They're separate. But now I might still have the same problem, but we'll see. So yeah. Set up you. And you. And that lets us road out this way and this way and this way. But we need a means to connect these 2 warehouses that we can pick up from. So that's this guy. Which... yeah, that sucks. That would be really convenient, but it won't work. So I need to figure out how to... because like I'd also like the train station to do this. I suppose that's really what I ultimately would want. And only one of these really has to have a road station. Okay, let me think for a second. So I don't want to use forklifts. I feel like it's going to be too slow. I suppose nothing stops me from having 2 train stations. Nothing stops me from doing this. It's just more expensive, but that's fine. I make all the stuff myself, so it's not really expensive. Can I? Yes, I can. Okay, apparently this pole is in the way. Apparently it's still in the way. Come on, we're so close. Okay, fine. That's a weird little whatever, but I'll deal with it. Life isn't perfect. Real life isn't perfect. What are you doing? Building in the way. Is there something here that I can't see? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what that was about. Okay. So that would make a ton of food. I suppose I still need to hook these up, which I suppose... How would I want to connect that one? Probably here. Okay, so I think I actually want to move this. Just to, well... This is probably about as good as it's gonna get, honestly. I suppose I could have little offshoots. It's not like they're gonna have to go anywhere else on this line, like on this line. This could just be like this. That could be that simple. I don't know if this one will function though, so I might run it through. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, it does. Okay. Thing is, I don't want it to be that close. Okay, let's figure out where the alcohol stuff's going first. So you also need crops. So we'll try to keep you as close to this one as we can. Pixel hunting here. There we go. That was quite the pixel hunt. Let's see if we can get... We don't need a huge warehouse for this. Honestly, if we could just use the same one. I suppose if I want to make clothes off of this too. I don't think I can really do this though, can I? Like, I think I'm space limited. Yeah, once my... Yeah, these are like pretty much at the limit. How far? It's 300 meters from here. About to here. So this is about a 300 square meter area. Or a 300 by 300 meter area. So I could set it up on this side, maybe. And then we can just start pulling water from down here after that. Which that's not totally... It's not something that'd be totally out of the question. We could also go down. Because I've kind of already done that a little bit. I just put utilities here. We've got utilities. So I've got, when I say utilities, I mean water and sewage. So like I've got those here, I've got those here, I've got those over here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's right, they're over here. They're like over here. So like they're here, here, and here. I might just stick another set here then. Because the main thing that was stopping me from going further this way was I was kind of at the capacity, or like the length limit for heat, because heat can only go so far. You know, you can only... It loses its heat as you, the longer you pump it, so eventually it's not heat anymore. Even with the heat pumping stations, it's still got a fall off. So now that I've got these other heating stations over here, though, they're much closer. But they are much closer to over here. So I think I have to go this way anyway. So yeah, I think I'll just start pulling water from over here from here on out. I mean, I'll probably build my one more well over here. Maybe here. But yeah, after that, I think I'm going to build them down here. And then pull water here. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. We'll figure that out then. That's not a now problem, because we have plenty of water for right now. But we'll probably figure that out soon. And start building into it. Because nothing sucks more than running out of water. People just kind of start leaving. So we need to figure out fabric. Let's see. You produce 5 tons of fabric at max production. You consume 2.4 mx production. So, one of these feeds two of these. That's what I'm reading out of that. But I need fabric for other stuff too, like building vehicles, repairing them. But it's usually not a ton. Looks like you need water and sewage. You also need chemicals and crops. That's fine. So what if I built this here? You then need a place to store stuff. Really don't need that much. This would be plenty. What if I did that? There we go. Do that. And that. Okay. This is gonna be a weird one to get people into. You know what? I'm gonna make this bigger. Hold on, let me think about that. How big is it? Where is it? There it is. How big are you? So you can store 490 fabric, 210 chemicals, 350 clothes. So a quarter of this would be chemicals. And then we can make about... So I'm kind of thinking like fabric and clothes. Clothes will probably get the lion's share because it's the most finished product. I'll have a little bit of chemicals in store and then a fair amount of fabric. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like 100 some tons plus of fabric. Try to have, 50 tons of chemicals and the rest clothes. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That would be a lot. But weird. Just make sure I didn't destroy anything I didn't mean to. I think we could. Okay. Let's get greedy and put a bigger one in. Because this one, I feel much more comfortable in. We'll have plenty of everything. Oops, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I'll probably do one of those. What I might do. I suppose that really only gets these two. Just thinking about putting a bus stop here. Really, I just need to build a stairway that goes across this. Let's do that real quick. Seems like I kind of get to choose one end or the other. That might actually be a thing now that I'm thinking about it. Because it's just going to connect to the nearest thing, right? Does that actually connect? No, it does not. Try building this the other way first. By the way, this is your best friend right here, because it gets rid of those. Okay. So we're gonna go back to that path. Brain fart for a second, that's fine. Okay, so we need to figure out how to connect you. This is the hard part, so let's do this first. Saving. There we go. Okay, we're gonna try that. And that can connect. Cool. So we'll connect that one up. There. And there. Okay, cool. So now they should be able to cross from here to here. Which means they should be able to hit up whatever as long as they can reach one of these. It's more of a distance thing again. Okay. So if we get this guy connected up, I really wish you could connect those. It's already freaking out. Okay, so you'll do that, and then you can just walk. Excuse me. Okay. So this will kind of be its own thing. Let's bring you here. Let's do that for now.
We'll do that for now. Because I gotta figure out, I'm probably gonna have to extend the highway to over here. Yeah, and make like a new roundabout and everything. Which I might do right here. Okay. Let's say we ran a really nice path all the way. No, let's get rid of that. We ran a really nice straight path. All the way over here. What would you have access to? You would get half of the food industry. A little over. That's pretty good. Would it be better we min-maxed here? And let's just say that we had the best street. Excuse me. So let's say that was the thing. What would you have access to now? I have no idea. So really, I just need to access over here. That's the big one. So we pull something here, and then I think, yeah, just put it right there. I'm thinking right here, because the vehicles don't really reach that one, like ever so slightly. So I'm kind of tempted to do this. Can I get a road across here? No. That's okay, we can go across the other one, or from this one. So if we were to how do I want to do this? Okay, I see how I want to do this. So we'll do that. Make it so we can make that the right angle. There we go. And then we'll bring you. Oops. You can hold shift, by the way, to do this when you have an angly thing. That way you can zoom. Okay, so we'll just dangle that out there for now. There we go. And then you get yourself up in there. Cool. And then you see if we can make that straight-ish. Good enough. It's not wanting to snap for some reason. There we go. And again, best friend. Really save yourself some construction time and all that. Okay, so now we'll get this guy. There we go. No, maybe a little higher. I think that was the same spot. There we go. Okay, how about we start here and go up to here somewhere? Oh. I saw it. It was green for a second. There. Gotcha. Ah, crap. Can't have no ugly junctions. We have lots of ugly junctions. There we go. Okay. Put up some of these. We'll direction them later once the trains have built everything. Looks good for now. I'm still gonna move you out that way. I really should have built that first, shouldn't I? Well, actually, we did test that, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, we're all good. Okay. Freaking out over nothing. And I guess I did put that passenger or pathway down, so that could have screwed stuff up, but luckily it didn't. Okay, so if I did you and just say wanted to do one of these. Let's give ourselves just a little room. Why? Why do you hate me? There we go. That looks good. Let's signal it up. Never mind. I got into the wrong bend. There we go. All better. Okay, so let's pay attention to that. Okay, this is going to be a tight one. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. Now we'll signal it up. Try to always keep a train length between junctions. That way somebody can sit in it. Oh, we need to signal this up too. So really, I think this is more of a choose at this point kind of thing. Alright, it's gonna make me. We'll see how that goes. Okay, we need a road depot station for the alcohol. Okay, there we go.
I'm kind of tempted to have our point of egress right here. So let's pull this over. Let's see, we're gonna start right about there. Excuse me. Got hiccups now. Okay, so the way I build these roundabouts, I'm on the snapping F1 magnet thingy. I build this little one here, like kind of on the edge of in between here. It's whatever is this in the middle-ish the most. And then I go here, and I pull it out and around, and then go all the way towards the end here. And I also you have to like zoom the angle thingy out to the biggest. But that's what gives me these big roundabouts. So let's see, just make sure my scale's not off. Probably gonna do that one, because that's too small. Yeah, we'll do that one. Then you've got to delete your original one because it'll make it weird. And then you can connect it. Then you can start connecting these. And then I go through with this guy, clean up the original thingies I used to build it. It has to have 2 no matter what. So now that these have replaced it, they can be gone. And then we can let's see. We can continue the highway on this way. We'll go ahead and connect that up. And there we go. Highway connected. So now we can run. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably going to be right about there. So let's just go ahead and get that there. So it's across the train tracks. Then we'll delete it as far back as we can. And get ourselves a connecting point. Kind of find wherever we want to on the other side. And we'll go there. Okay. That looks good. So now we have a way on and off there. And they can get up here. So then they can choose to go here to get alcohol, or to the left to get clothes or fabric. Okay. So now we just need to connect up a way for this to get built. Sure. And then let's get ourselves a path. What is the easiest way? So the paths are always faster than the roads. Like, this has 100%, this is 95%, this is 87, and this has 50. Whereas the roads, like, same thing, 50. Walking speed 79 on this one. Even the best road is only 87% walking speed. So like, any paths are almost always better. At least for pedestrian traffic. So yeah, that'll get them to here, and then they can just hoof it to the other one. It's not like it's too far away or anything. And then for you two, Can I get this across at all? Yes, I can. I just have to go up a little bit or down. Let's do that. And then, oops, I'm not in the passing. There we go. Oh, that'd be too much. But now I can do that. And we should have access to those too from here. So now they're double-sided. This is all that we need to really do here. There's nothing else that really needs crops. Not that I can think of anyway. So I think, and yeah, we're just going to train those in. So yeah, I think our next little housing project's going to be like right here. Just curious. Okay, good. The heat reaches all the way out here. It's over here that I don't have a problem. And even then, it's not really much of a problem. It's just I need to run an exchanger out to this. I might be able to fudge it. But it doesn't really matter. I've got plenty of space. Okay. So how are we doing housing-wise? Good. No 21 plus without a flat. That's kind of your sign that you need to build houses. This is what I just built, which is full now. You still have some space. You still have some space. Okay, so I should be using the overlay for this. So when you do this overlay and go to the building properties one, the one with the little clock thingy, or gauge or whatever that is, you can click this one, which is free flats. A little house with like the couch in it. That will give you the number of free apartments. Like this one has 59 free apartments. It looks like there's not a lot there. How about here? Yeah, not a lot here either. Like nothing. And these ones are vacant because, like, perpetually because they don't have enough access to health. So I really should probably get rid of this and put a hospital down. But that's not a huge problem right now. I'm gonna need, yeah, I'm gonna need more housing. So let's go ahead and put it down. Let's see, let's do another super dense. So I feel like I should continue this path along here. Okay, kind of like that. Okay, so I like that. Then if we get some, so like this is the best high density housing as far as I'm aware. This one's also pretty good. Do some pixel hunting here. Suppose I should be facing this way. It's gonna make a super dense housing spot here. Get super in the zone for this. There we go. I just realized my camera fell a little bit. This thing doesn't like to stay put. Really, I just need to mount it better than with little C-clamps. There we go. I'm getting in the groove now. This one may not line up. Yeah, that one didn't want to line up. That's gonna drive me nuts, so screw that one. Oh, the other one didn't put a path down either. There we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 plus 45 on each, so that's a little over 1,000, I think. Houses. Put like a fancy one here on the end, if it'll fit. This one is technically a little bigger. Okay, you know what? Instead, can we get one of these on the end? Yes. Okay, this will look kind of cool. Can we back to back these? I suppose I should start on this end. There. There. This game is so like perfectionisty. Just screwed up my pixel hunt there. There we go. So what I'm doing is I'm using the little dots at the bottom to kind of gauge, because the dots are actually on the floor. So when they're all kind of green, I'm allowed to place it. So I'm kind of using them to gauge where the edges of everything else is. Here's the movie theater over there. I do like the sounds in this game. They're pretty good. Here's that one. Last one. There we go. Now, I want to end cap it with one of these. It's not totally perfect, but I like it. So that should be like 2,000 some houses. Sure, we'll go there. We'll do one of those. So yeah, FYI, you do not have to connect all of the passenger or the pedestrian walkways. As long as one of them is connected, you're good. However, like this building in particular is super long. So like having one at each end is pretty good because, you know, you cut out all this walking distance that they would have to do otherwise. Like say if they came out of this end to go to the grocery store, you've added the whole building length and walking distance to get to the grocery store. Whereas if they came out here, you can cut that out. And they don't count, you know, if they're in the building, because they're not actually in the building. Like, look at these people. Do you think they have lives? Do you think these people have lives? Look, they just get plowed through by trucks. Nobody cares. These aren't real people. Okay. So we have a lot of housing figured out, which should help power all of this. The store's gonna get busy. Oh, there is no food at this store. Ooh, that's bad. Let's go ahead and just set you loose because I'm concerned. Oh good, this is done. Maybe we can just set it loose. That save. Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And I suppose I also need to set this. Oops. Not that. Okay. And then you also had the issue where I couldn't select that yet. Yeah. Okay, so now we can go here. And we've already got where it's getting food set up. So let's make sure that's in the rotation. Unload. Let's go ahead and throw that one in there too. That should be good. So now you guys should start doing your thing. Looks like we might need to start making more of those rail cars. We'll build a few more of those. You have 8 wagons, we'll just build 8 more. So building on fire. Oops, I accidentally closed this. You know, I'm kind of not really selling based off of any of this. Yeah, we'll keep it open. I wish I could just build my own panel. So modders, if that's out there, or I guess if it's not out there, make that out there. Because it would be really nice to be able to just say like, I want to keep track of these resources, this pump selector, and the export and sell buttons, you know, like that. I just wish I could build this, but in like a nice compact panel that I could drag around as one thing, instead of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different panels this is. There's an electricity problem. This is probably stemming from me needing to make my own electricity. Yeah, probably. Yeah, there's so much electricity going through this. This is also like a distribution problem. How big is the solar plant? Pretty big. That might be what these guys do. Just build a ton of solar plants out here. Good, the fuel reserve's on fire. Is anybody coming? Because he's like right over there. Okay, this one might get interesting. Luckily the helicopter's coming. Oh, there he is. Right as the snow melts, too. Made it just in time. Dropped a splash. That was worth the gas. Dang, they're quick to get up here. Just gonna build the rest of that. And I think I'm gonna start paving some of this. We've got 4 pavers. So I think I'm just gonna pave all this. So yeah, we'll pave all that. Suppose this isn't actually connected to anything, is it? There we go. Now that's actually connected to something. Another cool thing we just did here is we separated our industry from our town. Like the industry trucking stuff, the logistics trucking stuff doesn't need to interface with town. Which I guess since I'm not relying super heavy on buses, it's not a big deal. The last city I had was really bus heavy. Which was honestly a problem and why it failed. Okay, let's get them working on some of the... Well, I guess let's get them working on the paths. And let's go ahead and get that street paved too, because that's going to take forever. You need... That could actually go right over to there. Well, and now I've screwed it up for eternity. There we go. You know what? I don't like this at all. This I'm liking a little better. Because now I have this little spot to play with. Which may even be outside of the range of all the utilities, but we'll find out. Honestly, it looks like I might even be able to get a technical services or something here. Yeah. So FYI, if you ever can't play something, click, because it'll re-level the ground for free sometimes. and then it'll work. So yeah, it looks like I get a technical services or something here, a distribution office, because it's basically the same building, like model-wise. Traffic jam, that means the construction train's probably doing something stupid. Or you. Ignore the red and just go. Oh, I probably don't have a checkpoint in here, do I? Nope. There we go. So what's your deal? So we're gonna use that home trick. I do this all the time with the trains because the construction trains are stupid. Or I just don't know how to use them correctly, but like it's so hard to get them to build right because they just get stuck going down one-way roads. Like I wish I could tell them specifically to ignore it. I mean, really, I need to be building in a way that accommodates it. So like I really should probably have a third rail, but that way it's like the maintenance rail, but that's not what I've been doing. Okay. So what's next? How are you guys doing? Tearing through them. Got lots of workers. And that fills right back up, so construction industry should be fine as far as workers go, because I pull from these train stations for workers. Another traffic jam. What are we jammed up doing? Oh my. Okay. We're gonna bring some of you in because I think it's just jammed up. I probably forgot to set. Yeah, I did. It's important with the roundabouts that you set these so that the yellow things they're like the you go unimpeded signs. So you gotta make sure the roundabout's like all unimpeded. I can't believe I haven't run into this problem yet. I suppose building the town over there has kind of exacerbated it. Okay. This should work much better now. I might have to do one more recall just to get them moving, but yeah, I think cool, it's clearing. So now that should let this clear out first, so there's always room in here. This is also not the most efficient thing, but it is what it is. You could probably do with adding a gas station over here somewhere. Because I've got one here, I've got one here, and I've got this one here. It might just be worth it putting one in the middle. Because I've also got this one here. Yeah, this is nice and cleared up now. So usually my biggest limiter has been dumping, dump trucks. Got problems with the dumps. Oh, you're stuck again. You're like facing off with the other one. But I just made a bunch of dump trucks, and they're the nice big ones now, so these guys can carry 17 tons each. And they go like full speed. So we should be good for a bit. There's the camera slipping again. Good enough. Okay. So while they build these roads, just checking those out. What's going to be next? I guess also, are there any construction vehicles that we're going to... Ooh, have we unlocked the good cement pourer yet? Nope. Still got that one. At least I'm pretty sure it's a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Western mixer. Eventually the Star mixer comes in, and it's like the best one. It also is a really good seller, because you can sell it for good dollar amounts and ruble amounts. Usually do those in like bulldozers. Or excavators or something, because they're kind of small. So you can fit more on the train. Excuse me. It's been a long week. Just making sure it's actually still up on YouTube and stuff. Because you know how things go sometimes. Okay, so these roads. Let's look at these roads for a second. I've got the pavers, so the first step of this is laying the gravel, which means we got dump trucks. That's safe, man. So we got dump trucks, going from whatever construction office, either this one, or the dirt one, and they go to this thing. This is how they get the gravel. This is also the quickest way to get the gravel because it's an instant load. Like, they spend more time driving up to it and pulling away than they do actually loading. Because if they go here, you'll spend more time loading. Okay, so they get the gravel. They drive to the place where they lay the gravel. The bulldozer and the people then shovel and smooth the gravel out. Then, this guy shows up, and these guys get asphalt, and he drags the asphalt, smooths it out. The asphalt comes from right here. So this is where he's picking up asphalt. And that's a mix of the gravel that comes through here and the bitumen, which comes from the oil refinery way over there. But that comes through a pipe. So they get their asphalt and they come on out. Asphalt is one of those things you can't store either. You have to use it while it's hot. So they bring us the hot asphalt, put it in the paver, and that paves the street. Then eventually, once that's done, they'll have a roller come in here and flatten it all out, really compress it, get it nice and smooth, and then it's done. If I had sidewalks and stuff, I'd have to do electronic component stuff after that. But these are just regular roads because these are the highway. So we won't do that. So yeah, like these guys are just waiting for the asphalt paver, which is probably going to show up on a truck here soon. Trying to see if I can spot it. No, well, there's the roller. So he's probably going to come trade this one out. Maybe not. He might be going to a different one. Oh, he's probably going over here. Actually, no, I don't know where he's going. Oh, he's probably going to one of these. So these work a lot similar to the roads. They're just smaller. So yeah, there's one of the pavers. Two of them, actually. These are the eastern pavers. The other one was the western paver. It's a little faster. But I haven't looked in a little bit, so I don't know what the new ones are like, or if there is a new one. Okay, what's your deal? Y'all are stuck again. There we go. Get things moving again. The accidental airport that I did. This is more like this. I like to think of this as like this, you know, it's the secret project because nobody can really see it. There's just, you know, some pavings here and then this thing that goes out here, and then on the side of the mountain in the forest is this big runway. It's like, I don't know. I think it's funny. It's like the Skunk Work project. It's even got its own town name, like. Oh no, not the bricks. Don't let the bricks catch fire. Here he comes. I really like having the helicopters as backup though. Because like, if it's snowy and that guy doesn't make it, the helicopter will. So, and like it covers such a good amount of area too. And it's just the one fire station, right? I'm also not playing on, so this isn't the hardest difficulty, it's slightly tweaked, because if you notice, it's not been a day-night cycle, it's just been day all the time. Because I think the night cycle's dumb. At least in like city builder games. I like being able to see what I'm building, you know? And since like time isn't really one-to-one, because like driving from here to over there doesn't take multiple days, you know, but in the game it does. Even though they're not moving at like ridiculous speeds. So that's, since it's not like a true, you know, time scale, I feel like the day-night cycle just doesn't really work. It feels weird and superimposed, but that's my opinion. Also, just so people know, because I didn't know when I started, when a vehicle, like, because you've been seeing all this last chance to buy stuff up here, eventually they stop making certain vehicles. So like, for instance, let me find it. So yeah, these things, they stopped making these at some point. These are like the best carrier, like, stuff hauler, because they haul like 30 tons of steel and wood and stuff. Whereas like the next thing comparable is, you know, half. So the long haulers, are really, really, really good. But they stopped making them. So when they stop making them, you can't buy them anymore. But you can go here and purchase, you know, whatever blueprint. And that can be any of them, even stuff that's already discontinued. So like I can buy, oh, I don't know. I think one of the first things they have is a water cistern. Maybe not. Well, either way, you can still buy stuff that's like really old in here and continue to produce it. So like one of the things that I get screwed on usually is they stop making the passenger wagons, the diesel passenger wagons for the trains, the things that I'm running my trains with. Because like my trains, or at least my passenger trains, the motor car also holds people. So like this is technically a 4-car setup, not a 3-car. So this thing can hold like 600 people. But when they stop making those, you can't get any. So you gotta build them. So that's why I purchased their little blueprint thing. And that's why I can make them. But you can do that again after they're already gone. Like these have been gone since 86. And I've only recently started producing them. So just a little word of the wise. You don't have to race to build these things. You can kind of build them whenever and you still have access to all the vehicles. These essentially just let you unlock them. You just have to build them now instead of purchasing them. So there's a lag time to it. I also like to make this little extra bit for the cars. That way I can overflow from the lot into this thing. If you're a little maintenance deprived, like you don't have enough vehicle maintenance stations, you'll have to replace vehicles eventually. The other thing I recommend is hit entire map, like hit this thing, hit entire map, make sure you're on your road vehicles, bring this down to 30, show wear and tear, and just make sure everything's on 30. Because, yeah, I find things last longer that way. Looks like I forgot to do some. But that's okay. We'll have to catch up a little bit and then it'll be okay. I think it's going to be worth building another vehicle repair station out here. Because I think I'm going to need a third one. Good, you have food now. What are you up to? Being stuck. Gotta really baby those train builders sometimes. Some vehicles are without fuel. Well, then go get some. It's literally right here. Can they seriously not go get fuel? What's the problem? Switch these around. There we go. I don't understand, why can't you go get fuel? Okay, how about we ask our friends here to fill this guy up. And just keep it filled up. I feel like there's a quicker way to do that, guys, but okay. Because you're just going to go back down to here, right? Like, why couldn't you just done that? Yeah, that's all connected. Whatever. This is also faster than just going here. Not to mention it has 2 spots instead of just the one. But yeah, just so you know, these do go faster than most of the source places. Like the road depot spots. Like even this is faster. Well, I guess maybe not this, but I was more thinking of this. Yeah, this is faster even than this. But I think the road depot station is even faster. I'm not too sure. Let's say I think this stuff is special and is actually fastest on this thing. We're getting close to a sell-off again. Just printing money. How are we doing on this? Still full. Still pretty much full. And yeah, you would be if you were full staff, so... There's a lot of construction going on, so there's probably a lot of people not showing up to other jobs. Okay, let's also pave this. You know what, let's pave this too. Should get that fully done. We'll do that because I know I can get those, but I don't want them to have to go through all these dirt roads to get there. But yeah, it is time the highway expanded past the mountain. It's our fun little adventure land next to the substation, and the hotel, and the heat exchanger, and the water plant. We felt like a good place for it. The police station here too, so you know. There's also this little cultural building that's getting drowned out by apartments. It's a little sad. Can we do a vaccine thing yet? No. Oh, we can build this. Oh, never mind. We can build the road to this. Let's also do one of those. Oops. There we go. Let's see if we can pull back these guys because they're being stupid again. Build that. I'll go ahead and build this. This kind of lets us build it half at a time. I like that. Okay, let's get some more pathing going on. How are we doing? Still good, but we're gonna go ahead and build one. That way we're really good. How's the kids' situation looking? Pretty healthy. 400 tourists. What are we doing on tourism? Dang, we're making quite a bit. Tourism you gotta be careful with, because If you're not making the booze, alcohol, and meat, specifically the meat, it can get expensive. But if you're making meat, tourism is a good way to go. Because if you're making meat, you're probably able to make the food and the alcohol. Because you got to make grain and stuff to feed the cattle. So like that's pretty much everything you need to run a tourism industry. Which this time I do that a lot, but I didn't do that this time. Because I feel like tourism was kind of always a problem at some point. But I could easily get the multi-millions every month in tourism. Okay. We got a good amount of construction going on. I'm just trying to find something that's not groundworks that we could do. Well, it looks like there's a fair amount of reconstructions here too. I guess, you know what? Let's go through. It's that one. Is it really all of them? No, but it's a good amount of them. I'm tempted. But I should wait. I should wait until we get this figured out first. Then we can do that. Because it's not like the end of the world. This is also getting me closer to the oil over here. So if I go here, there, this is just the easiest way to see it in my opinion. So there's this little bit here. That's actually a little closer than I thought it was. So yeah, there's this bit. And then there's some more like over here. There's that save. So yeah, there's a little bit here. I think that's it. I suppose I can look at the map. You can't see the map, but I can see the map. Yeah, that's it. It's just these two spots here. There's another one like off this way, but it's like here, yeah. It's not the biggest one. But yeah, so this is probably our next little oil field right here. And we'll probably pump all that in to this guy over here. And then that will just continue down this pipeline into the main oil reserve. Because this pipeline kind of goes through here, like it tees here, these two tee into it, and then it goes through here, which this all kind of globs into one big one, and then it goes this way. So I just need to add it, and I have a plate. I kind of thought about this in advance. I have a little bit of an arm here that I can extend this way. I just need to find a way to get the pipe and pumps out this way, which shouldn't be too hard. There's a lot of power and stuff in this city already. It's apparently I have a lot of power problems, but like this one I think is ridiculously overloaded. Hey, it's finally not insanely overloaded anymore. I did have to build a lot of these to make that happen though. And I'm probably gonna have to build a few more here. But we'll find out. So let's extend our power grid since we're thinking about that. So this is kind of how it works. This is what's easy about my power grid. It's modular. Once you extend the highway, which is kind of the macro grid anyway, you got that. And then we'll get a distribution or a transformer here. By the way, you can hold control to make the roads not happen, so you can place them yourself. I like to do that. Okay. So what I usually do, so like, I like to just use the maximum here, because then it's never a problem, even if because the maximum amount these things can pull before they're overloaded is a little less than what these do. So that's like perfect. This 15 one here adds up to be, because these are 2.35, so if you did 2.5, 2.5, that's 5, 10, 15, because there's 2 connections on each side here, so 5, 10, 15. These pull up a maximum of 15 megawatts, and that's like over, estimating. So that means these things, 15s, are already overkill. So we don't need to go with the high 18 megawatt ones. But I use those ones, 18 ones, to go between stations, because there could be more. Because, I could have 2 of these pulling off on one of these, and it would need more than 15, right? Potentially. So I got to do the 18s. Okay. So I hope that made sense. On that there. And there we go. Build that. Let's also continue the roundabout. We'll build all that. And honestly, there's a good chance that I'm going to put another substation over here somewhere. Like maybe right here. And just kind of build a random one out there. Because this is just a really power hungry place. Because like all this sucks power. And this is going to just add to it. So I need to start producing more power as well. Oop, looks like it's time to sell. Good price too. At least decent. Let's look. Okay, so what does this year look like? It's a little down actually. Those were some fun spikes. I made a lot of money in these spikes. Yeah, we're in a bit of a downturn, so it'll be worth shedding our weight and just sitting for a bit. Rebuilding. Okay, let's take another look at these. So the coal power plant is like the heaviest duty one beyond the nuclear reactor. I could do a gas one pretty easy. I'm just worried about feeding it. Because I feel like I'm at the edge of my coal production already. And like I'm gonna need it if I want to make any more heating plants. So like I've already kind of got a scaling problem there. Oil, I could probably get away with, but since I don't import it, I'm afraid I'd run out. Like I wouldn't be producing enough. Because like I bring in a lot of oil, but I don't know if I could feed a whole power plant continuously at full. Because I mean, it's going to be running full stock. So yeah, I feel like I just want to build more of these because they're basically free. Because I make my own steel, electric components, and mechanical components. I make my own asphalt, my own concrete. Yeah, really, yeah. The only thing that I'm spending on is my work days. But even that's free because like I'm struggling to keep these guys in work. So I might make a big. This would help distribute the load too by getting him to move out this way. And I've already got this. It might be worth making a bunch of wind power plants out here. I wish I could tell a little bit more about in and outbound electricity. Oh, I haven't connected this over this way yet, have I? I should do that. That would help. So I could probably bring that just right on around the highway. There we go. Not the prettiest, but it'll work. Actually, wait a second on that one. Because we should put in switch up here. And we don't really care. This is never going to get accessed. So that's fine. Unless it's like on fire. Now let's just do this. And then we can stick another transformer out here and help distribute some more power over here and not pull as much through this thing, maybe. Start pulling some through this. And if we start making solar power here, we can kind of maybe eject it a little bit this way. Maybe we can connect up this way too. Help distribute the load a little bit. Because yeah, I'm thinking about maybe seeing if we can pull this way too. And we make just a nice big wind farm in this. That looks good. So yeah, let's start thinking about wind farm. Okay, so this would give us the potential to do about 5, because I need one to connect to. Okay, so let's just start thinking about this and game planning it. Okay. So I'm like trying to visualize in my head here how this is gonna work. Okay. I think I see it. I need to start with these though. Let's start with you there. You there. There. Just realized there's these little like tab thingies at the bottom. These thingies right here. You can use those to line up. There's that save. I'll never get mad at it though, because it saved my butt several times. Okay, so there's these. We can then put this in the center of them all. Just making sure I can still road access. Okay, so we have that. And then like... I'm tempted to only do 4. That way I can pass electricity through this. So if we place that there. We then need to have these so they can road access. And again, road access. Okay. So how would this look? I really hope this is how these work. I really don't know. That was the 15s, right? Yeah, it's the 15s. I always get the 15 and the 14 confused because they look really similar. Like, it's kind of the top that I'm identifying them off of. And since it's so similar, like, they have the trapezoid top. Okay. So there's the 15s. It looks like, yeah, I can totally get away with doing this again. So... let that load for a second. There we are. Stick this guy like there. And this guy like here. I think you can drive through these, but I honestly don't know. You know what? We'll just go to there. Why is that not okay? Overlapping. Weird. Sometimes the snap thing does weird stuff. If you turn it off, it just works. Okay, we'll do those. So again, it's not like any of this ever has to be accessed unless it's on fire. Save that one for a second. Let's get the rest of... There it goes again. At least I'm realizing it again. It's been doing that the whole time. But I'll have to better situate that thing. It's really bad now. Nope, not one of those. One of these. Here's that save again. For a second there, I thought I was in a bad spot. But we are okay. There it is. Ooh, that might be a bad spot for that one. No, I'm just gonna go ahead and move them over. Oh, actually, never mind. Seeing that road now. Let's just see if I can do it. That's gonna be fine. So I'm probably gonna build another one of these right next to it. I'm just gonna leave that open. Okay, now we wire it all up. And then we grab the big ones. And then see if we can wire this up this way. Okay. Let's see if we can go the other way first. Can't quite get into that one. Can get into that one, which lets me into that one, and I'm okay with that. Okay. Tempted to put one of these in here too, just so I could shoot it all north. Oop, I missed a road. Because then I don't even know if this is north, but I can shoot it all this way because then I can connect it up to this easily. I'm tempted. Let's do it. You know what? I'm just gonna, it takes up like the same amount of space. I'm just gonna do this one. Another 18er. Push it out into there. And then that lets me copy this right here. And potentially again here. Shoot, I could do an even bigger one if I wanted. Like, now I have to do the pass-through one and just do it right here. But yeah, I think we're starting to make our power. So let's see how this goes. Let's build all this first and see how it goes. Go ahead and have them start laying the means to get one of them going. You know what, screw it. I'll just tell them to do one of them. Finish this whole one. And I'll tell you to do another one later. Because I suppose I still need you to do this. And we still have all this to build. Okay. So the housing is coming along good. We got people living it up. Looks like the train's maybe screwing stuff up again. Almost done with our sail. Looking like we're gonna have another like 15 on each side, million. And that's all she wrote. These are the right ones, right? Yes, they are. That would have sucked, just watching the wrong ones go up. Done that before. Start working on some more of this. Go and get that going. Don't need that dump truck anyway. Got better ones. This is coming along well. At least they're getting it to where they'll like be able to actually back out the right way. The trains involve a lot of logicking. Like, how will this path, how will that path, all that. It's a global market thing. Is fuel like on the Frapper or something? Let's see, let's go to this year. Is there anything? It's just like nose diving or spiking. Ooh. Thought I saw one. I might have just seen the way it flipped between. I don't see anything like on a super major. Well, this might be. A little bit. Looks like prices are kind of starting to go down. Which makes sense. I just unloaded a ton of fuel, which affects a lot of stuff. I wonder if that's a way you could keep prices down perpetually. Like if you didn't have to care about selling things, like, cause I'm already kind of at the point where I make enough money. But like, if you didn't have to care about making money, I'm wondering if you could keep prices depressed artificially just by selling fuel, like constantly. Okay. I don't really want to do any of this until I get it paved, so let's just go ahead and start paving some more roads. So these I'll do the nice sidewalk road because it's in town and actually goes somewhere that people will need to go. But yeah, the town approach definitely works better than the super large mega city approach that I usually do. Because I usually run into utility problems with the super large mega city. And then it dies really quick. Yeah, I know we have an electricity problem. Is it where I think it is? Yes, it is. And it's largely just because this thing is overloaded. So I guess once these get built, that might go away. Because it'll spread the load over two. Okay. Let's construct some more of this. Because I'm realizing that's going to make it real difficult to get over here. Because all this is probably coming through this channel. Keep that paving. This bypass worked out really well. This is annoying though. I mean, it's kind of my own fault. Just blares right through them. I need another one of these too soon. I think that'll also help congestion if I were to get one over here somewhere. Or maybe even over here. Say I could even put it up here if I wanted. But I feel like I do need to keep it maybe right around here. Let's get rid of this map. We don't need this map. Again, not that you guys can see that because I'm in the way. And these are just probably going into nowhere because these are probably already full. Yeah. So I guess we're refilling this with what little can be filled into it. We can get about 500 grain into it, but that's like one of these fields. And I think there's, let's see, 9, 18, 27. Which, a thing if you didn't know with the farming, this should only have tractors and harvesters in it. Because you can put these guys in distribution offices and just mark up these as the places they need to unfill, and these as the places they need to fill. And they'll just do it once they have crops in them. So you could have, 3 of these big truck depots just pulling crops into the granary while this deals with all the actual farming. That's also why I built this, so I can quickly just cross over and start doing these fields. Not have to go backtrack through this highway thing and clog it up. Also, don't forget your windbreaks. Don't end up having a dust bowl. It's important. Just to be clear, there are no dust bowls in this game. But it would be something if that was the thing. Because, they've got wind, right? I honestly have no idea how many of these it's going to take to actually rival a power plant. I suppose I could do some math. So these do 35 megawatts of power on a maximum production. Let's be realistic, they're producing on a good day, maybe half that. So let's just say these are producing 10, 15 apiece. Let's just go with 10. So 10's easy. So if I wanted to rival a coal power plant, I would need 140 of them. Yeah. These are just orders of magnitude smaller. And we'll see what we can get away with. Because one thing that might be worth it with all this freed up, pasture land over here, is just build tons of windmills up and down this, and then pipe it through a big, because if these things are, it's unrealistic. These things are gonna max out one of these that quickly. So yeah, I wonder if I could just build tons of those out that way. I should also use these to help me power my pump jacks. Because the further out I go for oil, I should try to maybe make those projects synergistic. Because I'll need power for the pump jacks anyway, and the pump to get between them and this over here. So, yeah, that might be worth. Man, this is a fun game. I don't know if it's as fun to watch, but I have a lot of fun with this game. Just double checking the coal reserves, making sure they're all still full. Yeah, that's still looking good. This is still pretty low on workers and still staying great, so I think we're gonna be fine. Oh, let's check that orphanage. Start building that. We're not doing too bad, but I want the other one. I'd rather that not be so close to the edge. Because we saw it overflowing earlier. Prison's not doing too bad either. I've got the other one over here, the smaller one. It's not full either. Okay. Road's doing good. These are about to be done. Still working on this, but... Oh, they're gonna deprecate our tractor, I think. Let's see, it's the CS 1370. Let's see if I can find a tractor here. Yeah, that's the tractor I've got. Can I? Just curious what 28 is the highest one. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at this the sowing speed, the features there. This one's a 38, so this is the best tractor. So if I need another tractor, it's probably gonna be that one. I'm tempted to buy this so I can start buying some plans, because I know they get really expensive here. Because, like, all I need to do is have it built. I don't need to actually staff it or anything. Not yet, anyway. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to go see where that was. Is there anywhere that's obviously jammed up? Yeah, right here. It's just the trains. They're figuring it out. Yeah, I'm moving. I'm moving another one of these somewhere. They need to be able to get gas in more places. This is just too congested. We'll put one out here. How about here? Let me see. Here-ish. Get a little further back from that. Okay. Let's get rid of these and these. Let's pause for a second. There's that. There's that. How to do this one? Yeah, I feel like I want the little extra space. But I don't really have enough room for that. Well, actually, yeah, I do. Let's see if we can pull that off. Yes, we can. Oops. Bleeding trains can be really train tracks can be really painful sometimes. Okay. There's that autosave. It's every time I click something, man. And it never picks a time when I'm not doing stuff. Just have that there. I'm tempted to pave out to that. But let's get it built first. There's a building that is still on fire. Hey, it's the thing I just built. Thank you, helicopter, for taking care of it. Like I said, those are just the best thing ever. I didn't used to really use helicopters much because, you know, they're expensive. I didn't think they were that useful, but like as a firefighting tool, I hadn't really thought about that. They are very useful as firefighting tools. Oh no. Won't be able to buy the original tractor soon. I'm pretty sure that's like the original tractor. Oh no, the original tractor doesn't have a top. It's one of those classic like bike seat tractors. Man, I used to see those all the time in like people's yards as yard art. I grew up in a place that was a little more farmy. This is looking good. I'm gonna find out that none of this works the way I expect to, so it's just wasted money. I'm doing nothing with this. I think this is how this works though, because like why would they have a connection if they didn't? Oh, hey. Thank you for the city comment. It is a very large city. We're getting ready to... I'm gonna build this just so I can get into the plains. Like, I want to build a biome because I know they get really expensive later. And I've never built, like, the big jet. That's why I built this. It's like the Concorde one. It's a fun game, right? I don't know, this is like my addiction game. But I'm hoping that once we get this built, I can go ahead and buy I forget what it's actually called, but like it was a real plane. It's the supersonic jet. It's supposed to be like the supersonic passenger liner. It was a thing that was kicked around in I think like the 70s or 80s. I think it was called the Concorde. But maybe the Russian one may have been different because I think this one's a Soviet one, but I don't remember. Either way, I want to build that one. I think it would be fun. But once we get that built, we'll probably move into our food industry here that I've got planned out. I just finished planning out. Looks like we can start doing a little more of our highway here. Once we get that going, I'm probably going to really need to focus on power, so I'm probably going to have to really extend my power thing. I've never really built windmills before for power, but I'm going to try it. It's like, how's this doing? We're getting there. So if like all these were producing, that'd be about a megawatt. Now it's a lot less. So I don't know how reliable this is going to be for power. They pick up and down. It might do okay. If I had like a bunch of them, it might do okay. I'm definitely gonna need something else to like solar to supplement it. So like when this dips into the, because I've seen this hit 0 before, which means I'm not gonna be producing any power at that point in time, even if I had a lot of these. I think that's gonna be the main thing. Bulk is the key here. Volume is the ticket. Because if we have tons of them, even a little bit of wind is still a lot of power, right? Because like 1% of a really big number is still a really big number. But if it hits 0, 1% of 0 is still 0. So like I need something to back it up. And I feel like the sun and the wind don't really zero out at the same times. I could get really bit by that. But we'll see. I've also never really produced power and bought it at the same time. Like it's usually for me one or the other. So that might be worth experimenting with. Seeing if I can like supplement, you know, just try to really produce as much as I can, but then pull from the border if I really need it. I just don't know if it'll do it like in an automated way. Because I don't feel like I'm going to be able to micro that. Start building that. What train is waiting too long? It's probably because of something it's building. Where are you guys at? Yeah, there you are. Causing problems. Like I said, I've never been the greatest at the track building. Let's see how bad this is. Hello, Kazanka. Kazanka. Something like that. I could be really butchering that. I hope that's not like a foreign language where I just insulted you. I don't know why I'm so interested in this harvest. It's not going anywhere. These are already full. But soon. Soon. Oh, I bet you those are done. Wait for the autosave. Go here, grab our workforce guy, and yeah, go move some more cars to the distribution office. Because I bet you these are done. Yes, they are. So this is doing nothing right now. Honestly, I think, yeah, both of these are doing nothing right now. But I don't really need any vehicles because I stayed on top of my vehicle maintenance this time. So like everything's in perfect condition. Like, he's not there right now. But here, let me see if I can find this one. Because these, yeah, this guy. So like this guy right here has 30% wear and tear. but it's 30 years old. Like this is as old as the city. I bought this the day one of the city to load the free gas station. This doesn't look good. Let's see. If I pull some of you home, that'll clear this out. Let's go check how our food situation's doing. Okay, so you're still full. You're still full. You're full. You're full. And you're full. So as far as like building this goes, like starting, this was the original city right here. So like this is the construction office that built it all to start off. It's changed a little bit, but it's for the most part the same. So like this is my original gas station right here. The way that I kind of like originally planned things is like, you know, I iterate through a bunch of maps, like find the one that has the resources in the place that I like, because I really like being in the corner here on the Soviet and Western side, with not construction offices, custom offices, near the border, or like right here on the corner, because it makes it really easy to use your dollars and your rubles, like just at a whim. I don't have to wait, 2 hours for something to get from one border to the other. So once I like kind of found the place that I liked that has oil, oil's the main resource I look at, because that's kind of what makes all your money and gets you going. Because like it's really easy. Like oil can be piped to the refinery and it just happens. Like you don't need lots of utilities and stuff to make it happen. It's really just, can you get the electricity out there? And then can you get the people to the refinery? Once that happens, you kind of just print money. So what I did is I built everything kind of around this original heating plant, because this heating plant can heat stuff automatically, like without the heat exchanger thingy. You don't need this if they're within so much distance of this. And it's got like, the big problem with these is they have a capacity problem. You can only hook so many things up to these, before they start being too cool to function. Whereas these, it's the thing that makes the heat, so it's harder to overtax. I also do 2 at a time. That way they can kind of cover for each other, and then they both pipe into the same heating stations. That way they can, this heating station is powered by both of these plants, and then it goes out and does 2 of the exchangers, and then this one does 2 more. That way they can kind of cover each other. But originally we built the highway. It was dirt to begin with. I just paved 1 lane of it all the way, kind of across between these 2 stations here. And then I just started paving up this way and started building town on this strip here. And it really was just kind of this thing, really all these older buildings you're seeing here, like kind of this area, not this. So the street was kind of the edge of town for the longest time. This was like the very edge of town for the longest time. And like there really wasn't much over here either, except like this was kind of the edge of town over here too. So this was kind of the original town that I used to like mine a little bit and get this going. And I kind of sold this for a bit to make a little money. I was also using this because you need trash from the get-go, right? So I used this to kind of, burn all my trash, and then I also was using it as like my prison labor sink. And since I wasn't making a lot of money, I trucked in hazardous waste to my incinerator here, and then you can essentially just make money by burning other people's waste. So that's the thing you can do. Now it's not super profitable forever because the prices really fluctuate. Like here, if I go to economy and trade, current prices, I think it's called hazardous waste. Yeah, hazardous waste. All. So you can kind of see where I was selling it there. Or I guess buying it. Because it has a negative dollar value. So like it fluctuates a lot. And like this fluctuation, it's had a long time to really curve off. So like this fluctuation is a lot bigger, feels a lot like more severe when you're in the moment. So you can do that for a little bit to make a bit of money. Like, you can make tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands that way. Which early on is tons of money. Yeah, I'm still having my electricity problem. This guy is overloaded. It just spikes randomly. So it's probably a good thing these aren't functioning right now. But soon. Hey, this is done. Let's get another set going. So yeah, this is kind of the main city that started everything off. And then I also had like this little corner right here, that was basically just running water. That's really all its function was. Like it was running off this little kiosk thing. This wasn't even here. So like that's how few people were here. This was enough to feed everybody. But yeah, essentially this bus stop was like the key in and out of the city for the longest time. Now it's this train station. But yeah, so this really grew. This is kind of my clean city. This is where all the the nice office jobs and the hotel jobs, that kind of stuff are. Man, this is really backing up. What is going on? Excuse me, what is going on here? What are all these people trying to do? Are you just trying to get gas? I think a lot of these are just trying to get gas. They might have also gotten stuck with the train. I think they got stuck with the train and then all moved as a unit up to here and then jammed up here. And I bet you a lot of those guys are going to do construction stuff. So they're not regular traffic. So we'll be okay. But yeah, so this started everything. This kind of kept them watered. And then eventually I started expanding this to get more workers. I kind of expanded this too. Oh, there's that save again. Kind of expanded this too, because I wanted to be able to really fill out this construction industry and just make it easy. I also wanted to make like getting people to the steel mill and like all this electronic stuff easier. Which this stuff came later. Like I built this first, got this going, this funded this. Once this was going, I had some steel trickling in and I was able to make, making more pipelines cheaper, which let me get all these oil fields. Which then made it even cheaper for me to make money. Because I was able to put more oil volume into the pipeline. And once that made even more money, I kind of just started expanding some more. It's like, yeah, eventually I got into the chemicals. Like, I guess after, this and this, I started moving into the construction stuff. So I made all my constructions basically free. Then I moved into chemicals, which kind of spawned a bunch of stuff. I went ahead and overkilled the farm because I knew I was going to be building a food industry soon. And this needed it because it's constantly chewing through grain. It also chews through your wood, so I just went ahead and built the lumber industry here. I also have my synthetic fertilizers here because it needs chemicals, and then it just pipes over. And this is my plastics, and this kind of feeds chemicals and plastics into anything that needs it. So like these feed the plastic factories with chemicals, the synthetics with chemicals. My water stuff, I usually let them do direct lines. So like these red trucks here, I keep them red because they're special. But they essentially are just direct from here to the place that has chemicals and back. And the reason for that is because I can set up their, let's see, view line detail. When they get to when they get to the water station, I can check this wait until unloaded, and that's what's causing him to just sit here and unload the chemicals. And he kind of acts as like an extended storage. And since there's 4 places to park here, why not? So these guys basically extend the storage by 5. So this is like 10 extra tons of chemicals that can just sit in the water depot at all times. And when one of them empties out, he goes and gets more while this guy still sits here and, there's still 11 tons of chemicals probably sitting here while the other guy goes and gets more. So you kind of never run out. Looks like we're running water really dry though. So I probably... Yeah, this is probably a you problem. Let's go ahead and get the other well in here. So get a bigger well. Let's see. Oops, not that. Yeah, we'll want it on this side. I wish I could build right under the power lines. Probably gonna have to be over here somewhere, but that sucks because that's really high up. I wonder if I can get it over here. I can probably make this work. You can still access some of the houses by walking, so it'll still get people to work at it. Yeah, we'll do there. And then we need a big pipe. Still the wrong button. There we go. It's a little crisscrossy, but we'll make it work. Okay, F4 so we don't snap to that. Use Q and E to raise and lower the pipe. So it looks like we need to go about there. And there. There we go. And once that's built, we'll have a little more water. That explains why this has been on a downtrend. Yeah, there's a lot of people complaining about water. So it might be time to build a new water station. I guess let's start looking at what water stuff looks like. So I think it's this one. Yeah, this one shows us the line stuff. So yeah, it looks like the big issue is not really on the output end, but more on the input end. So if we build the other well, I think we'll be okay. And don't mind my super spaghetti water main. It's not great. Okay. Yeah, so I think we just need more input. Man, we're already like halfway full again. Okay. So, I think that'll be okay. I guess, is this also? Okay. So those are different. They aren't that different, though. Just checking up on these. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to build a new water station soon. I mean, I will. I've already maxed out the connections on this one pretty much. I think I've got one more here and maybe one more over here somewhere. Or a couple over there somewhere, but they're kind of not in good places and they're already taxed pretty heavily, so it's probably worth just building a new one. Oh, that sucks. That's okay, which means I'm probably also going to need to build a new sewage line out here. But we've got a new sewage pond, so it's closer. Okay. Let's take a look at housing. Are you full? You are full. Ooh, good. Oil's on the up and up. Not that we need more money, but you never know. How's this doing? Still needs lots of stuff. It's gonna have lots of open hole stuff. Okay, how's the orphanage over here? It's up. We need to start getting its stuff. Make sure that's actually bringing what needs to go there. Yes. Cool. Gotta keep that prison population down. I don't want to build more. Okay. Still having gas problems. Why do these guys have gas problems? Because, like, you're right next to the gas station. So I don't really understand. What's your deal? Weird. What's the deal here? What's your problem? Oh, it's because this guy's already on it. I see. And I can't just call him home. Because he's on a line. I can call those ones home, though. Can I just do that? That might work. Okay, I see the issue. That, I think, will fix this. Because then he can cross on this. Okay. Yeah, we really need this gas station. Let's go check up on our power stuff. Still going. How's the roads going? Still going. How are these ones? Ooh, this is done. Okay. So let's go ahead and roundabout that. One way this. Oop, I didn't roundabout this either. Go ahead and do that. Get these going the way they're supposed to go. Get this guy going this way. Oops, saving again. I'm never gonna get mad though. That saves my butt so many times. Okay. Bring this guy out to here, and this guy can also start going round. Bringing it back this way. And we can probably also do this one. Yeah. Awesome. We can bring this like all the way out here. Awesome. And then that means this one, that was a little janky. There we go. Oops. Screwed that up a little bit. Fix that. I don't know how that did that. Whatever. Fix now. Okay. So now we have a nice marked highway. The highway is important. Otherwise you get traffic jams everywhere. Because, like, see how much city they can bypass with just this little leg? Instead of having to drive through all these intersections. So much better. Okay, so let's start pathing our way up to here. Okay. let's also start building this big, like, I don't know, stair overpass thing. I don't know what to call this. Walkway, catwalk. Prototype wind farm is doing well. At least it's still spinning. I'm probably gonna have to dot those all over this place, because again, this is just pulling so much power. Like, do these dictate how much they pull out? 122, 213, 196. Yeah, whereas like this is like an 8. This is a 5. Yeah, so yeah, these are orders of magnitude bigger. This dry dock doesn't take much apparently. This is one I haven't built before. But I think it would be fun. And I think it would go really well, like probably right about here. But we're gonna find out. I'm not gonna build it yet. Say, once we get our food figured out, like if we go to last month, meat and food and clothes are like, so yeah, these are like our biggest imports, the things that suck our money the most. So this is a big chunk right here, because like we'll produce this and this. Meat is a separate thing that we'll have to produce, but we'll figure that out. I've not built a lot of meat farms, but I do know it balloons in price, so it's something we will need to start figuring out eventually. But since we got electronics off our plate pretty early, that takes a lot of money out of the equation. Because like I'm selling those for a profit. Because like yeah, like even on the months that I'm not selling oil and stuff, I'm still turning a profit sometimes, and that's largely because of electronics. It really just depends on how busy the supply trucks are, because this and this do a lot. It supplies like all of basically anything that takes stuff like the vehicle repair stations, so like the production buildings and then these repair stations. I want to say there's something else, but I can't think of what it is. No, anyways, these do a lot of work. Oh, it also moves the steel between here and these places. That need steel in this place. So yeah, when these trucks aren't busy, they're moving electronics from here to the border, and I'm making money on this. And I seem to be able to keep up with that pretty well. Yeah, we're doing fine. Because yeah, highly would recommend, like once you get your oil stuff going, start getting into steel, then get into chemicals, then get into electronics. Because that's a pretty good production chain to success. Okay. So what's the next thing we're gonna do? I feel like we kind of need to not bite off more. So this is the thing with realism mode. You can't bite off more than you can chew. You gotta take it in little bits. And like waiting on construction is killer. Like, especially if you're impatient, like I am. Okay. We're getting really close to being able to expand some of these constructions. No, I suppose he's gonna have one more go because they have lampposts now. So I'll have to wait for the electronics to show up. Okay, well, how's this doing? Actually, really well. Oh, no, wait, sorry, looking at the wrong side. Not as well as I thought. Still doing pretty good, though. These tower cranes are the best. So, like, in realistic mode, it's kind of weird to figure out how to use them, but once you figure it out, like, it's not too bad. So, like, the way that you do that is... Oop, we got something else on fire. Ah, that'll be fine. So the way that you do the cranes, like in realistic mode, because you have to truck these, they don't move on their own volition. They're not like road cranes. So you have to make sure you have the right truck. Because these particular cranes, this is the TC2 tower crane. It's a little bit bigger than most of the other cranes, so it doesn't fit on just any truck. You have to... Let's see. Okay, of course they're all busy right now. Let's see if I can catch one at the border or something. Actually, they're probably going to be over here. Not that one. So there's a difference. I'll just point this out. This extended one cannot carry the big crane, even though you would think it can because it can carry more than the other one. But there's the other flatbed one. Let's see if I can find him over at the steel mill, maybe. Well, I'll find one eventually. Where is he? Yeah, there's another extended one. This guy. So you have to use this one. It's the other marquee flatbed. So you have like the extended one, which is this guy here. The way I kind of tell them apart is by this tire thing. And then you have the other flatbed one. This one can haul much bigger equipment. So like the TC2 tower crane. It's the only, like, this is the only truck that can truck it, as far as I'm aware. So when you buy the TC2 tower crane, you have to buy it at the border. And then you send one of those trucks to go pick it up and drop it off at the construction site, or the construction depot thing. And then from there, if you have more of those marquee flatbeds in that construction office, they can take that crane to a construction site from there and do the thing. But that was the thing that I didn't quite get when I first started. Shit play so we can get that rail crossing sound away. But yeah, I didn't quite get that when I first started. Because like trucking stuff from the vehicles from the border was a little weird. And like building your tracks, you gotta truck the original, this guy, the original track builder to the construction office, like via road. And you can only do that with certain ones. As far as I know, you can only buy them with rubles. But you go to the custom house and then you purchase a new vehicle. You go to show all, and then you look for the disassembled category. There's usually two, one of them's aged out at this point. But then you buy this, then you send a truck to come pick that up and drop it off the rail construction, and then you can use that as a rail constructor. I usually just buy the one, let him do his thing, and then I buy the bigger one afterwards, so he can just kind of, home here like you usually do. You hit here, and then you go purchase the thing and purchase it, and then he just comes here. But like the disassembled one is different than this one, because if you hit this one, He's got to be able to get from here to here via rail. If you can't do that, you got to get the disassembled one. So like when you're first building rails, you got to get the disassembled one. Otherwise, you can't build them. That was really confusing to me when I first started, because I just didn't get how to, you know, get the original tracks. But yeah, once you get around that kind of concept, it's not too bad. This game starts making a lot more sense as far as being able to move stuff around. Okay, we're doing good. I don't care about any of this. How is the fuel price right now? Still on the up and up. Way on the up and up. We'll probably be selling here pretty quick. Because, like, if it's spiking, we might as well make use, right? My God, this stuff is like 10,000. It looks like it's starting to peter a little bit, too. So let's go ahead and start our sale, because it'll take forever. And we're going to make so much money anyway. Like, look at the sale price. Almost 9,000. Yeah, 9,000 some per ton. 8,000 some per ton. We're just printing money. We've already made like $4 million. So yeah, money's not an issue once you really get into the oil industry. And, you know, really make sure the planet feels it. I used to be really sticklery about pollution in this game too, but then I kind of figured out that it doesn't really matter that much. Like, yes, it does, but as long as you have enough citizens, they'll replace. And like, I'm still growing, so, and you know, I have all this stuff around a dirty industry. It's fine. This one and like these ones, the ones that get, you know, really polluty, the ones that have, you know, these all 5 clouds or whatever, those ones I maybe try to stick a little further away. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's not that big of a deal. The main thing is just keep your water away from it. A little bit of pop in there. We're getting there. Let's see how these are doing. Get some more pathing here so we can build some more housing. Doesn't look like we need it yet, but we're gonna need it. And again, I try to build my cities with no mods, at least for right now, because I want to get to nuclear power unmodded before I actually start modding this game. Because it's really fun as is. I also don't want to like, yeah, I want to beat it vanilla. You know, I want to actually take on the challenges as intended, instead of like adding, you know, the vehicle or whatever that, you know, goes 1 billion miles an hour through snow and carries everything. Like, or put in, you know, the grocery store that never runs out of food or something. Yeah, we still have electricity problems. We're getting there. We're trying. I really hope this works out, because then I can just copy it right here, and then again probably over here, and maybe even up here again a little bit. I don't know, we'll see. I also really like that I can plant the forests. Because like, this is a cool place, like now that it's like all over forested. I also think the pastures look much better when they have trees bordering them. And again, shelter belt. You need that windbreak. This is getting there. We're about to break the 400,000 or 400 million mark. 400,000, broke that a long time. I think we're gonna do it for sure on this one. Might even break 300 million on this too. Never had a billion of any currency in this game, but that feels like a fun thing to do at some point. I don't know if I'll make it there. I suppose if I can start selling nuclear fuel, that stuff sells for tons. So don't care about any of that. Here we go. We're gonna do it. And there we go. Number go up. Okay. How are you doing now? Getting really close now. Down to like probably 100 or so trips. No, wait, not that many. That's way too many. Probably more like 50 trips. Depends on, I guess workers can just walk to this. So probably a little less. Depends on which trucks show up. Because I still have all the original trucks too, like these, which are super slow and small. I should probably think about redoing those, or replacing those. But I should also probably think about building the vehicle scrapyard first. Otherwise I'm gonna have to pay to replace every one of those. Hey look, number go up. 2 milestones. I will say, I really wish, because like I see the trees kind of creep up here, I really wish I could move a road through this and then have like a big city thing, like a big tourist city on top of here, and then like cable it down and everything. That'd be cool. I've never used the cable cars much either. But yeah, I really wish I could get a road up this. Alright, enough of sale. Do we even make a dent? Yeah, we did. Bringing it back down. Man, we just made a ton of money. Okay. Oh, I suppose the other thing I could do for power is these guys. I haven't hooked them up yet. Because I still need to get rid of this and replace it with the higher wattage line, but I was going to put another power substation thingy in here. Not substation, switch into here. That way I could connect them all into it. I should do that. I just realized these are on the wrong thing. These should be on load, not unload. No wonder those aren't working. Well, it's not like they've been doing anything this whole time, I guess. But yeah, I'm thinking about putting one of these right here. and connecting those up. Let's do that. So these are old anyway and need to go. So get out of here. And I am gonna have to wait for those to go first. So we'll wait for those to go first. But our demo offices here should be able to take care of it. Looks like they're sending a bus to it now. I would recommend when you do demo offices, you have these guys source workers from the border. Because a lot of the time when you need to demo something, it's important. And if your workers are all messed up or something, yeah, it causes problems. So I would recommend pulling those guys from the border. Getting some snow. Where are you guys at? Oh, you're just already in town pushing snow. Okay. I know we have electricity problems. Get our new well up and going. See if we can fix our water problem before it gets worse. Get that guy going. Yeah, they are really... I will say, the smaller the path or road or whatever, the less likely they seem to come to do it. Like, I don't really understand why that's a thing. But that can end up just sitting here hogging up your dump trucks and stuff as they wait for somebody to come move the asphalt. Still nobody without a flat, so we're still doing good. There's still food in the warehouse. Still food, still food. There's that autosave. Still got food. Still got food. But you don't have electronics. Oh, because I just built this and haven't told this guy that you need to go there now. Okay. So you will unload until I fully trust my trains. I'm gonna keep that going. But in the meantime, where is the shopping center? That is this one. Go away. Don't need that anymore. Cool. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. This should make some people a little happier. It's really funny though, these people make the electronics and you don't have them. I suppose they could buy them from here, but yeah, that's probably why they're over encumbered right now, because they're all trying to buy electronics here. Oh, it's like me in Kingdom Come, just over encumbered all the time. This is keeping up, doing good. This is keeping up. Yeah, these are gonna keep up much better now that everything's actually functioning. Why are you not actually burning anything? Okay, now it is. I guess they just decided to take a break. I don't know why they just randomly stop. I guess maybe they're just going really slow. Because, like, it's not the most efficient burn. It's the hazardous side. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Looks like it wants to. I'm not really sure. It's like it's got full staff. This one seems capable. I'm unsure. One thing I am getting sure of, though, is I'm probably going to need another distribution office with these big garbage trucks in it, carting off ash. Cause yeah, I don't think that's keeping up. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually keeping up. Because we have a pretty constant flow of trash coming in. So I think this being even slightly not full, just having anything in it at all, makes it so this one's not actually pulled. Let's call those guys home one more time just to be sure. Because it looks like things are a little backed up on the trains. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to get through it fast enough. Okay, so right now you just don't have workers. And that's because they're walking there now. Because the trains got backed up. Okay, so it is going. It's just slow. Does this one reach? Yes, it does. I'm tempted to go ahead and build that one then. Trash is one of those things that can, like, really run away on you. Oh, hey, this is looking good. This is almost done. Once we get this done, we can start working on our food industry. Start cutting out some more imports. Because that is the key. Become totally self-sufficient. Let's see how these are doing. Still going. But good news, we have basically everything except the part that makes all of it work. Okay. I think we can... Nope, that's still under construction. They're taking their time with that road. Let's go see the structure fire. Yeah. I think that's literally... that's the fire station's literally on the other side of the corner. Okay, well that wasn't much of a structure fire. I know. A lot of the stop productions are because this runs out of power for like a second. You know, one thing I was noticing about these is that they connect to everything like the substations do. So I'm kind of wondering if I don't even need to hook these up to power lines. Like, can I just place them? And anything that is connected to them will get powered by them? Because that's tempting as well. To just kind of fill a lot of the dead space around here with windmills. I don't want to commit to that yet. Okay, I think this is done. Yes, it is. So let's pause that. Or pause the game for a sec. Okay, so we're just going to go down to no workers. Because we don't need anybody actually working here yet. Let's go. Let's see. Speed. This is it. The TU-144. It's 40 million. But I've definitely seen this thing like in the later 90s be like a whole nother digit more. So I'm tempted to just go ahead and buy it because it inflates like crazy. And then I believe, let's see, capacity. I think this is the one that sells really well. It's a 950 on max speed. Yeah, so it's like the second fastest. Man, that one is a cargo plane. That makes sense. So yeah, that does have a lot of passenger potential. If I were to look at cargo only. Yeah, the IL-76 is kind of the best one. Let's go look at the American side. So you can hold more passengers. And you go 890. It doesn't hold that many more passengers. And it goes a bit slower. Has a much, oops, wrong one. Is a little bit shorter of a takeoff distance. Not that I really care. Because I'm probably going to build all mine to do the full kilometer. Okay. Price-wise, I'm really not that concerned. I can get this one in pretty colors. Whereas I can only get this one in this color. Okay, well, I know I'm gonna get this one. I just know I'm gonna do that. Because it's really expensive later. I'm tempted to get this one for cargo, but I don't think I'm actually gonna use it. So I think I'm just not gonna. How much does this cost to produce? So the main thing I look at is aluminum and mechanicals. It's 38 and 28. It's much more expensive to produce the other one. It only goes a little faster and has like 6 less passengers, it looks like. Yeah. I may really just only use the Concorde. Because, like, why wouldn't you flex, right? And, like, these aren't that expensive. I bought the expensive ones, so that's really the big deal. So I think we're okay on this. So I did the thing that I really wanted to do. Okay, we'll hit play again. I wish the smoke could always come out and not just like when I come to look at it. I understand why, but it would be nice. Okay, I have a feeling you guys are screwing stuff up. Almost there. We're really, really close. I do wish it was a little cheaper to get into boats, because like most cities start, like a lot of cities back in the day would start on points of water, like rivers and stuff, because it was easy to, you know, do commerce that way. You could float large, heavy amounts of stuff, you know, pretty easily. Like you could move really heavy, large amounts of stuff pretty easily by floating it down a river or something. You might even get lucky and the river might literally move it for you. Because of the flow of the river. So I wish there was a cheaper way to get into that. Because it feels like it's prohibitively expensive. I feel like I have to wait till the late game to do it. Like, I'm not asking to build like a wooden caravel or anything, but I mean, that would be cool. I just wish we could build more, like, cheaper river boats. Or even, like, the super cheap, like, pontoon, you know, canoe flat things that people move lots of stuff with. How are you doing? Everybody still got gas, you figuring that out? Okay, I think we might be finished with this, so it's time to tell you guys to start loading it with gas. Ooh, we're getting close to the edge on that one. Let's see, here you are. And just to make sure it's actually loading right. Yes, cool. I don't know why these guys choose to go that way instead of this way. Like, I specifically built this little bypass for you. Just don't... They don't want nice things. What are you gonna do? Okay. I really like how the city straddles this mountain. Like, it's just surrounding this big mountain. And I do like how this one kind of ended up in, like, the crux of these two. This is cool. This is definitely one of the cooler cities I've built. My last one was kind of just a big line. Where I kind of just had this, but like really long, and my industry was kind of just like right here, because I've had basically like a big field like this. And the biggest problem that I ended up running into was traffic congestion, which surprised me. It just... There's too many buses. And too many intersections, and not enough highway. That was, I think, my biggest problem. But this time we have lots of highway. We're doing really good on the highway. So I don't think we're going to have that problem again. Occasionally we get one of these intersections locks, like one of these roundabout locks up, but it's usually because a train sits in front of it, like this. In fact, it's usually this one that locks up. Which, hopefully, now that we've got this guy, will alleviate some of that. Because not everybody will have to go here to get gas. I know. I feel like I want to take a screenshot when this one thaws. I don't like taking screenshots during winter. It's just, I don't know. It's cool, but wouldn't it be better if it was nice and summery and warm and colorful? Then again, I guess this is more Soviet drab. We're doing a lot of reconstruction over here. Man, has it really been that long for these guys? Is there like a thing that says the lifespan of this building? I feel like there is. Maybe not. How's our broadcast doing? Not the best in terms of rating, but it is bringing everything up pretty good. I honestly don't even know what the rating does. Maybe it's like I guess it's probably like an effectiveness. If I bring that down a little bit. It's like it's really high right now. Get a little more enjoyment out of it. Also, we have broken the 90s in terms of higher education. We have 91% with higher education and only 9 with lower. It looks like there's 17 uneducated workers. Where are those people? Let's see. Uneducated, where are you? You're looking like they're all here. There's a few over here. You're literally next door to the school, which has room. Go to school. I mean, it is a little full, I'll give you that, but there's room. See, I think the other school's around here somewhere. There it is, hiding behind the flats. Yeah, there's enough. This side might have trouble getting to it, so it's probably worth building another school. Man, do we need to build another one of these? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I need to readjust this. I prefer more an 80-20 split, because they don't go through clothes near as fast as they go through food. And as you can see, I screwed this one up too, and they're still trying to go through all those clothes. Okay, so we should probably get a school here. This is my favorite school. Does it fit? Oh, it's so close. Look at that. It's so close. Okay, it's not as close as I thought, but it's fairly close. I can probably get this one out back. There we go. So yeah, I'm tempted to do that and then continue that path. So let's put that on there. Is there another spot? That works. Okay. Is YouTube getting a little... Looks like my rate's maybe getting a little weird. I'm not sure what that was. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know why the stream got so choppy. Yeah, I'm not sure why it got so choppy. It looks like it might be back now. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I think we're still good. Yeah, that was weird. I guess the internet blipped or something. YouTube's complaining about my bitrate, which is unusual. Usually it's just Steam. Or not Steam, Twitch. That's one of the weird things. Like, YouTube can take a much higher bitrate than Twitch. And it's like, they have this weird point where like Twitch, the high end of Twitch is like the low end of YouTube in terms of bitrate. And they don't have a lot of overlap. So you gotta kind of just find that sweet spot in the middle where YouTube doesn't crap out, but Twitch doesn't go like, oh my goodness, that's so much data. It's a very fine tightrope I feel like I'm walking. Okay. How are we doing? Like, are there still just... Okay, these are just sitting here. That's good. That means there's plenty of them. I might need some more of these, though, so let's make some more of those. Let's just go ahead and fill that out. And since we know we're gonna need more waste trucks, let's see. You go 80 and carry 6. You go 87 and carry 6. What's speed wise? And capacity wise. Okay, this seems like the better one. Let me just check the west side, make sure. The west side. Let's see. Yeah, this one's better. Cool. So we'll grab that guy. And we'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many can we make? 12. 11, 12. Man, it just tears through these things. Okay, so we'll start doing that. How's this doing? Can we get a little further in here yet? Yes, we can. Let's see about building these things. Yeah. See about getting into there. And you know what? While we're at it, we'll build those too. Let's build some more road. I feel like all that needs to be paved. I feel like you need to be paved as well. No, not really, actually. Well, whatever, we'll pave it anyway. Yeah. Okay. So we'll start paving that. We're already doing that. Cool. Still nobody without a home. Doing good. Might go ahead and pop a couple of these though, just because. Yeah, I think we're gonna build these 4 anyway. Also, slowly but surely get ourselves a little further here on the sidewalks. And this will let us fully connect here, that's good. Where's this at? Yeah, this happens on time to time. There we go, fixed. For some reason, the snowplow will try to turn into here, and if one of these guys gets right behind him, he can't turn around. And then he just gets stuck, and then just nobody moves. It's really dumb. But it is what it is. Alright, we got a nice thaw. Let's wait for the fields to start getting sown before we take our screenshot for the night. I always try to like take one good progress picture every night that I like work on this. So not every night, but you know, every time I get into this. I feel like these trees should be gone. Because it feels weird that there would be, well, I suppose not actually. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not sure if I like them yet. Saving again. There we are. Okay, we got another one of these. So let's go ahead and get another one set up. Slowly but surely. Because this is how you build wind farms. You make them face all random directions. With no space to turn. I suppose these ones probably don't turn. But they're way more efficient if they face the way they need to face. I've noticed the electricity problem has not happened as often. I wonder if we're finally starting to make enough power that we're supplementing this draw from overdoing it. Because that would be awesome. Making your own power is not really I don't like to make power just because a lot of the times it's just so cheap. It's so cheap to pull it from the border. Like, it's just not the primary focus. But now I'm actually having like draw issues, so now I feel like it's worth focusing on. So hopefully this will help alleviate things just a little bit. We'll see. But as I add more buildings here, this is going to be the hot spot for sure, as far as power goes. Because like having to put it all, I think it's really just the matter of having to go through all this first and drain, you know, this is a lot of overhead already. And then by the time it gets out here, I've hit the overhead, you know, I've got all that overhead. By the time I get here, I have all this extra overhead to put on top of it. I think it's just too much. Like, yeah, here it is again. I know. You don't, okay, you don't need to tell me like 5 times. I will say some of the notifications in this game is like, I'm glad you give them to me, but do I need to get them that often? Like that many times? And like, I know it's because several buildings are triggering it, but I wish they could like figure out that, you know, 5 did it at once and we'll just give you one notification that lists all 5. I mean, I wouldn't even care if I just got the one. But I do see how you could miss things. This looks really nice. I like the way the light pole's spaced. Okay. So money's pretty much not a problem. We've got most of our building materials taken care of, all of our building materials taken care of. We've got chemicals, which goes into a lot of the consumer goods. And like our water and stuff. Soon we're gonna have food and alcohol and clothes, which includes fabric. It's like, what else does the vehicle maintenance thing need? We're making that, we're making that, we're making that, we're making that. We just need to make fabric and aluminum. So yeah, we really need to start looking towards aluminum next. That's probably our next big industry that we're gonna dive into. And it's not one I've done a lot in, because aluminum's pretty late game. And I usually just bought it for planes. But I would like to make it. Like, this is the city I think has the potential to do it all. Because like, I think it would be really fun, like eventually, like when I'm, you know, super situated and starting to think about nuclear and stuff, I want to see if I can build nuclear like over here or something, you know, like it's on the other side of the river, you gotta cross the bridge. That'd be cool. But I'm not sure how far away I need to get. I also know most of my uranium's this way. Like, I think the closest like good uranium pile that's not just, because apparently there's one like right here, but I feel like that's too close to the city, especially since I'm thinking about pulling water from like right over here. But I believe there's another one like right here. Let me see. It's like in the river. Maybe it's over in this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. So I don't know if this is still, ooh, lag. So yeah, I don't know if this is still, it's trying to save. That's what it's doing. It's still a bit laggy. There we go. I don't know. This is apparently a really laggy spot. Probably just have too much in frame or something. I'm not really sure what that was. This game usually does really well. So yeah, I don't know if this is too close. How far away is this? Bring out our handy dandy measuring tool. Oops. So this is, it's like 2 kilometers plus. So that's probably far enough. Excuse me. But I have a feeling that this, yeah, is going to be way too close. How far is this? Yeah, this isn't even like a kilometer. So, not gonna happen there. But yeah, I could probably pull from here, and then, I know you guys can't see this, but the next place for uranium, if I wanted it, would be like way over here on this riverbed, it looks like. My uranium seemed to really like the rivers. Because yeah, this one's right here. And then I have a couple of really good ones on this. Maybe not really good ones, but they look big on the map at least. And there's one over here, which is like pretty much as far away as it can get from me. That's like opposite corner. There's one on this hill over here. It's a pretty decent sized one. And then there's one over here on this guy. Which that one's going to be pretty hard to access. Bauxite though, we're doing pretty good. Most of that's actually like right here. Let's see. That's a metal one. So yeah, we got a lot of bauxite, and I wish this was bigger. So we got a lot right here. Looks like there's some maybe like around here somewhere. Yeah, like right here. So this will be really easy to pull out of the ground. There's also some like right here by the river. Looks like maybe there's some on this mountain here. So this could like maybe get us started. This is pretty close by. But again, yeah, how's the... This doesn't seem to really produce any pollution. So this one might be okay. This produces a really small amount. Okay, so this seems to work more like gravel. This is kind of like the gravel quarry. Quarry. However you say that. And then this is like the gravel processing plant. And then this makes oxide. So this is kind of like cement. It just needs coal, chemicals, and water. And then the bauxite. And then you use chemicals, power, and the oxide stuff to make aluminum. Okay. So it doesn't look too bad. It does look like it's going to take some power though. That's kind of a cool cliff there. Just very suddenly barren. It just doesn't look like one that shows up in this game very often. That's why it's kind of cool. Okay, so how's this stuff doing? We can build some more this way. This is going great. I'm thinking if we do bauxite and uranium. Uranium's probably coming from here. Bauxite has a real good chance of coming from there, up here somewhere. With structure fire. Let's go watch the helicopters. Maybe. This one might actually be too close to the fire station. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're gonna respond. It's too close. Because here he is. He's got it. It's out. Yeah, I still think that the way I'm doing fire stations now is like way better. I used to build like way overbuild them, but now I kind of just build like a little firehouse, like kind of just in every major area, like there. And I have one like here-ish, somewhere there, and then like here, and I think I also have one here that I started off with. This one's really just because it's helicopters. This one is also just helicopters now, because I figured this guy could probably respond by truck to anything. Same with this guy, and the helicopter can just kind of go here and splash water and whatever. And it also extends the range to kind of be able to hit these up if anything catches on fire out here. Because I was having a real problem with stuff out here catching on fire, breaking, and then I just wouldn't notice. And then like, you know, if this breaks, this whole oil field like basically doesn't work, which sucks. So having the helicopter fire stations has really fixed that. I'm kind of curious how good the DLC is. Like I wonder how fires are gonna be, because like the DLC that they're talking about is like talking about going back to the 30s. If you haven't heard about this, so like everything's gonna be more coal focused. You're gonna have like like hard tech limits that are based off time, not based off of how fast you can tech up. Which I think that's an interesting way to do things. Because like I think that's valid. Like you know, not every technological innovation is going to happen in your city, right? Like, so I feel like it's cool to have to like wait for somebody else to figure out that you can use, you know, oil power or whatever. I think that's cool. I don't know exactly how it's going to work though. But I'm also curious, like, if the fires are gonna change, like the way that you deal with them, because like, you know, fire brigades back in the day were, I mean, it could potentially just be some dudes with buckets, like. So I guess I'm just kind of curious how it'll go. Because, like, that's another thing to think about. Like, pumping stuff is, especially, like, at distance, appreciable distance, is not something we've always been able to do. And, like, when you can, it's like, it was expensive. Again, it's not just something that you do. It took a lot of power. And, like, gasoline really jump-started the human race. Like... We scaled up a lot when we figured out gas, because it just gave us so much power in our hands. These are doing good. I wish these roads would pave faster. But it is what it is. I'm glad we played this instead of Kingdom Come tonight. Okay, let's go build that dump distribution hub. Sorry, it's this one that I need. Just making sure it's straight. It's straight enough. So yeah, I'm tempted to do this. Just figure out the way that I want to situate it. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be the way it goes. And then we'll push this across to here. Please build that. There we go. So now when all these garbage trucks are done, which they might already be, yeah, they are, we can send those to go hang out over here. And then we'll copy what this does to this and add a whole nother set of trucks. Because it's looking like, while we're keeping up, it's not going to be forever. Which, by the way, if you're one of those people that tries to sort all trash and, like, do the recycle thing, good on you, but oh my gosh, is that hard? And, like, it takes forever. Like, general separation does not go fast enough. And, like, you would need so many of them, it takes up so much space, and the way that you pipe, it just, that sounds like a nightmare. So like you're really taking victory laps once you start like recycling the trash and everything. Same with like treating the sewage, like just pipe it to this little hole in the ground and it's dealt with. We'll let the earth filter it. Another building is on fire. Man, we are smoking today. Look at this guy. He's ready for it. It's literally next door. You didn't even respond. And there we go. We got it. Structure fire dealt with. Now let's land next to these power lines, because that's safe. I also like... going to this dumpster looks like quite the dangerous ordeal. Because I'm pretty sure you access it from this side. Because like of this handle here. Let's look at this a little better. Yeah, no, you totally access this from right here. Like, this is so dangerous. You're within like 10 feet of this. The Mi-10 is such a... pretty sure that's the 10, isn't it? Yeah, the Mi-10 is such a huge helicopter. Hey, looky here. We're getting close to having another set built. And we're getting ready for another fuel sale. We were just dumping through that stuff. Really getting our money's worth out of the fuel refinery. How are these doing? We on interior stuff yet? Getting there. Gotta get some more stuff, but then it'll be on the final leg. How is the fuel station? Doing good. How does this look? Still quite congested. I might have to run a rail that bypasses everything. And then I can connect this up to it. I don't know if this is gonna, yeah, I don't know if I can really make those go the other way too. So this might just kind of be stuck. But I do think I need a bypass rail. I don't know exactly where I'm connected over here. Because this feels like the place I'd have to put the intersection, and it can't really be here because of this. And this is a very important roundabout. Because all the trash moves through that for the most part. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to, if we want to, peel off of here and come through here. That could work. Break this in half. Come this way. That would let me come and basically ride the side of the mountain here. And then potentially we could try to peel off here. But if it really came down to it, we could do it here, maybe. Maybe. Oop, camera's sagging on me again. There we go. Yeah. I feel like we're gonna need that bypass. Because the trains just crawl through here. And I feel like a lot of them, just trying to watch them. I feel like a lot, like this guy is just straight up passing through. That guy goes in. That guy passed through. This guy went into here. What do? You're the circulator. Okay, so you're gonna go to the steel house. You are going to petrochemical. Well, you're getting gas first, then you're going to petrochem. You're also going to petrochem. So yeah, I feel like we could bypass a bit. The main thing I think is actually trying to come out of this and making this a four-way. Because yeah, if we made that a four-way, which is kind of hard once they're already built, but I can see if I can pull it off. And then we go this way. Through here and connect to here. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna have to happen. Man, of course I built this right where I need to do a bypass. It's like I could have just put it here and then ran it up to that. Oh, that's so much. This is why you plan ahead. I think we'll live. Because if they have to go here, up, over, up, over, down, across. I feel like that's just about as much space as here and over. I'm not sure. We'll see. Still got the electricity problem. Cool, let's start building the next set. Lots and lots of windmills. Okay. Continue our roads here. We'll wait on that for a minute. Because I kind of want to build buildings towards the end. Make sure we can access everything first. This is going to take forever to build. So I kind of want to wait until we have the better mixer. Which, speaking of, can we build this yet? Yes, we can. And then I'm not going to do it yet, or at least build it yet. But do you have the better mixer yet? No, you don't. Okay. Oh my goodness, it is getting late. So I think what we're gonna do is once we get this filled up, or built, we'll fill it up with the new trucks. And then I feel like we're gonna start needing some covered trucks. I definitely feel like I'm gonna need more distribution offices for food. Or like food type things. Oops, I accidentally got rid of this. Keep an eye on our trains. Not that we're really building anything right now. Going through your second reconstruction. Still just throwing most of our harvest into the ground, which I think that actually increases our nutrient level, so we might be helping ourselves out a little bit too. I mean, in real life, if you let the crops rot in the ground, it should theoretically return the nutrients to the soil. Like, that's what compost is, right? Our last chance to buy a Trabi. Who would want to miss out on one of those? Only like the best thing ever. Little lotus. Or whatever they're called. Nope, it is time to sell some fuel. We are super full. I bet you this is full. Yes, it is. So I will sell this empty. Perfect. We'll go down 100 just to make sure we're all the way clean. And now I'll start selling the bitumen first. Okay, who's waiting too long? Okay, it's you, and it's because you can't get to the thing. That makes sense. Because there's too many trains going through here. Well, looks like you'll get it in a second. There you go. Now they wait on you. That's really because they shouldn't be going this way down this path. I could design that better. Maybe worth putting this little cross in up here instead. Because this was kind of a afterthought. Once I realized they couldn't build some of this. Oh, I thought you were facing the other way. I was like, well, that's a problem that's never going to resolve. Okay, what's your deal? Go anyway. Go anyway. I need to pay attention to what this crossing's doing. I always have trouble with the chain signals. I never quite get how to use them. This might help a little bit. But yeah, I think these chain signals might be what's screwing everything up. Because it feels like they were running really slow through this. That might have fixed our problem. Because this feels much less congested now. Maybe I spoke too soon. I still feel like they're moving more now. Looks like the sale's going well. It's no 10,000 per ton, but I'll take it. Just get a real good look at things. Yeah, there's still a bunch of this they haven't built. I think it's largely just pathing. Okay, let's build these stairs. And let's get this going. And the granary. And screw it, while we're at it, we'll get those two. Alright, let's go get our nice screenshot with the nice fields all plowed. And yellow and pretty. Ooh, it gets a little laggy when I start getting everything into frame. Alright. Oh, hold on one sec. Let's select something that's not in the picture. That way it's the highlighted thing, instead of what was over on the left there. Alright, I like that one. Screenshot. Let's also go up a little bit and get a higher altitude one. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Got some good ones. Ooh, last chance to buy our track builder. That's a thought I hadn't thought of. What happens if the track builders are all deprecated and you can't buy the disassembled one anymore? Like if you waited this long to make trains. Because like I could see you doing that. It would be difficult, but you could do it. Especially, I guess, if you were starting as like an agrarian society. Then again, I suppose to move all that around, you would probably have to use trains. Because there's really not a better way to move crops. I'm not really sure what happens if you don't buy it in time. Because like, I think if you were to make it here, I don't think it can actually... I mean, can I? Yeah, I can't make the disassembled one here. So unless it can track build from here, which I don't think it can, you have to be able to truck it. Done on our fuel sale. But yeah, I don't know if you can actually build tracks if you don't get it before they deprecate. Then again, is that just... Look at the building fire in a second. This goes to 97, it says. But if I look at... It's not there anymore. It's gone. Okay, so maybe the disassembled one runs on a different timeline. That's a little longer. Because, like, the game's basically over at 97. Again, you can keep playing, but the game is basically over at 97. Alright. Keep trucking along on these. And do we have the ability to put these guys in place yet? Nope, but we're really close. Okay. So yeah, once we get the place to put them, we'll move all these vehicles from here on over to there. And hopefully we can be a little further along on these by then. And maybe we can start building the actual production facilities. Our fuel sale is feeling good. How are these guys doing? Nothing to repair, that's good to see. Only like 2 things to repair, also good to see. Let's just go make sure. So again, I like to prefer all of my vehicles be at 30% repair or lower. Because I find once you go over 50%, a lot of the time it won't actually let you fix it all the way. So like if you have it at 50%, which is the default, I feel like if you get behind on your repairs, that any getting behind at all basically is a permanent debuff to those vehicles. Like they're just going to continually gain percentage points of wear they can never like shed again. So like if you keep getting behind, eventually you'll be getting trucks that can't be repaired. And you'll have to replace them and they'll break down all the time. So I find it's good to start doing it at 30, and I'd never really seem to have a problem past that. I could probably do 40 and get away with it, but I like my 30. And yeah, it seems like these 2 are perfectly capable of doing everything. Because I feel like that was something I either way underkilled or way overkilled. Because I would build the really big one and try to get away with just doing everything through that one. But I feel like it's better to have a couple of the medium ones. Because like, even if you don't build right up on them, because like, when you build up on them, you get the little orange buff thing. That all that means is it just doesn't have to send the truck to it. Like that's all it means. So like if you build it over here or something, like all he has to do is just send this truck over to it. That's it. So I don't feel it's that bad. I overthought the vehicle maintenance a lot, I think, in the past. Okay. Do we have this done yet? Yes, we do. Okay, so we need to copy what this does to this one. And then we need to move all of these garbage trucks that we just built after the autosave into here. Here we go. So we've got a bunch of garbage trucks now that can go help alleviate our trash problem. Good, still got plenty of housing. Yeah, all those garbage trucks can now go hang out here, and they can help move the ash out of these incinerators so we can keep burning through this. Because yeah, I don't want it to build up too much. Looks like we're already kind of getting pretty full for my liking. I prefer these to be empty. Because if the rate of burning is faster than the rate of intake, that's good. Looks like all this is keeping up. Awesome. Our electronics keeping up, looks like it. Okay. Still have our electricity problem, but we're getting there. I think if we start building some more out this way, we'll spread the power load a little bit and it'll be okay. I think if we also start spreading some substations from this, it'll also help distribute the load a little bit. Yeah, this is looking really good. All right. Well, it's super late in the morning for me. Evening, morning, whatever. It's kind of getting to the point where it's kind of both. So I think we're gonna leave this here. But so yeah, I think we're gonna leave this here. But next time we might come back and play this. This is definitely not a city that I'm just gonna abandon. Clearly, I've been playing it for weeks. So I'll probably come back to this maybe next week, maybe the week after. We'll see. It just depends on what I'm feeling. If I'm feeling more Kingdom Come, this, or maybe something else. We'll find out. So yeah, I guess I will see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. This has probably been one of my bigger streams. So thanks. Yeah, I guess enjoy your guys' night, and I'll see you guys next time.